Шановні учасники конференції, я радий вас всіх вітати.
Dear participants of the conference, I'm very
Recording in
glad to
progress.
welcome you at this forum. We have been preparing for quite a long time, but we expecting great achievements from it. Before we start, I would like that we all commemorate all those who defend us, who does not allow to destroy our city, our entire country, who gave their lives for Ukraine, for its freedom. Let us commemorate their memory by a minute of silence.
Шановні учасники конференції,
Dear
Україну,
participants of the conference,
грецький, елінський світ зв'язує
Ukraine
доля,
and Greece,
зв'язує історія,
Hellenic world
зв'язує
are
сьогодення,
connected by history,
історії наших
by today's
державностей
events.
тісно переплетені.
History of our statehoods are very closely connected.
Вибір свободи і
Our
відкинення
European
рабства, вибір
християнства,
релігії
choice
свободи,
of freedom,
пов'язаний
choice
з
of
елінським
Christianity
світом,
as religion is
державність
connected with
Греції
Hellenic
також
world,
пов'язана,
and
як ми
statehood of
пам'ятаємо,
Greece
з Україною.
also is connected
Ми
with
зібралися
Ukraine, if I
сьогодні,
remember.
щоб поговорити
We
про
got together
нашу
here
грецьку
today
національну
to
спільноту,
discuss
про спільноту,
our
чиї
Greek
місця
national
постійного
minority,
проживання, їхня батьківщина, їхня
where
мала
their places
батьківщина
of permanent residence,
знаходиться під
their
окупацією.
motherland,
І наше
is under
завдання
occupation. Our
до того
task
часу, поки вона не
is,
буде визволена, зберегти культуру,
as
ідентичність,
long as it
писемність
not
і, власне, сам
freed
характер,
yet,
саму
to preserve
незламність
their culture,
нашої
to
грецької
preserve these people,
спільноти.
to preserve
Тому, власне,
resilience
і
of the Greek
присвячений
community.
наш форум.
That
Зараз я
is
хочу
the main
надати
goal
слово
of
для
our forum.
привітання
Now I want to give the floor for welcoming
нашого
address
форуму, нашим
to our
почесним
forum, to our
гостям,
honorable
тим,
guests,
хто має
to those who
особливе
have
ставлення
special
до національних спільнот, і
attitude
тим,
to
хто має
national communities,
особливе
and to
ставлення
all
серед
those who have
особливого ставлення до
a
наших національних
very
спільнот,
special
а
amount
саме
special attitude to national
міністру Кабінету
minorities.
Міністрів
To Minister of Cabinet of
Олегу
Ministers,
Німчину. Будь ласка,
Oleg
Олег
Nemchinov.
Миколаївич.
Please, Oleg Nikolaevich. Thank you.
Перше, я нагадую, колеги,
First of all, I want to remind you, colleague, that we
приймайте рішення
now
для
have
себе, чи ми
a
залишаємося
air
в цьому
raid.
залі, чи ви хочете перейти в безпечне
You
місце. Зараз
yourself
наш
make a decision whether you stay in this room or you go to the shelter.
ударів високоточною зброєю вже були.
We are under the threat of an attack of high precision weapons, so colleagues, please make your own decision. As regards our meeting,
Форум науково-практичний.
forum is scientific and practical. I shall rather speak about practice.
Грецьких громад надазовських греків з 14-го року в умовах повномасштабної до того гібридної війни.
Part of Greek communities
національних
are
спільнот
in conditions
це
under hybrid war. Some of them
зараз окупована.
are under this condition after
Це
2014.
потрійна трагедія, тому
This
що
territory is
спочатку
now occupied, and this is a triple tragedy. First,
під
Greeks
маркою
had
переселення
been
з Криму.
deported,
Потім в
allegedly
30-х
to be
роках
moved from
провели резонансну
Crimea.
грецьку справу над
In the
лідерами
30s, there was a resonance
національно-культурного
Greek
відродження, яке переживали
case,
корінні народи в
a trial
політико
of
організації,
cultural
голосували
leaders,
пропорційно.
and they were
Зараз знову
repressed
стагнація 23
unlawfully.
це
And now again, from 2014 to
Тому я переконаний в тому, що
2022, they
українська
lose their
держава,
houses, they
звичайно,
lose their
має
family
дотримуватися
members.
своє законодавство
So
щодо
Ukrainian
національних меншин,
state
особливо
might
щодо
fulfill
міжнародних
its
осіб.
legislation
Але
regarding national
скажімо так,
minorities
просто
and
делікатно
indigenous
сказав, мою
people.
особливу увагу і любов
Mr.
до чеських
Zelensky
громад, тому
expressed my
що
personal
я більше
attitude and
розуміюся
love
про
to
цю
Greek
спільноту,
communities
можливо, ніж
because
дехто серед
I
людей,
know
які за
more about
відповідальність
this
за це має
community
особисто.
probably than
Тому для
other
мене
people.
важливо
I
є, щоб
perceive it on a personal level.
навіть в умовах
What is
повномасштабної
important
війни,
for me,
навіть
even
в
in conditions
умовах
of
окупації
full-scale
майже
war,
всіх населених пунктів, де
of
грецька громада
occupation
становила
of
більшість
almost
відносних
all
5%,
settlements
ми
where
зберігали
Greek
українську і
minority
румунську мову, щоб
preserved
ми
almost
виховували
minority
традиції.
language,
І
that we
діти, які
preserve Urum
народжуються
and
на
Rumay
вільній
language,
території України,
and
щоб
children
вони
that are
виховувалися
born
не
on
тільки
free
політично
territory
українцями,
of
але й
Ukraine are
етнічно греками. Але вони
educated
самі себе
as not
ідентифікують,
only
чи
ethnic
грецькою
Ukrainian but
загальною
also
ідентифікацією,
ethnic
чи
Greeks.
румською, чи румейською.
They will
Це вже їхній вибір
decide
і вибір їхніх
whether they
батьків.
have
Але
Urum,
держава
Rumay
гарантує
orientation.
цього
It's the choice of
максимально.
themselves or their
Другий
parents.
важливий
But
аспект
the state
це
might
інтеграція в
make
тих
all
громадах,
possible
де
for that to achieve.
переселенці з
And second
новоокупованих
issue,
територій зараз
integration
знайшли прихисток.
of people
Збереження можливих
moved from their
соціальних зв'язків, збереження
homeland
родинних
in
зв'язків.
the communities
Ну і
where
звичайно, ми
they are
бачимо
getting their
навіть держава,
integration
переважна більшість
and
тут жінок. Ми
preservation
часто
of
розуміємо,
family
що
ties.
чоловіки
I
зараз
see in the room
зовсім в іншому
most of
місці, вони
participants
або
are
працюють,
women.
або воюють. В
Men
принципі,
are
тут
in
зараз
other
немає
place.
існувати.
Men are either
Виходячи з цих
fighting
реалій,
or
і
working.
виходячи з того супроводу, який має
Based on
навіть
this
значення під час
reality,
повітряної тривоги,
based
я
on
хочу сказати,
what the
що
situation during the
завдання
air
мають
raid,
бути практичними. Відповідно, вчора відбувся
tasks
дуже важливий
set
захід,
must
на
be
якому
very
я мав можливість
practical.
бути лише
Yesterday
онлайн.
there was a very
Це
important event.
фактично
I
засідання Національної
participated
ради
only
національних
online.
меншин, але
That was meeting
не
of the
тільки
Council of
питання
National
бюджетів, це
Minorities.
важливо,
But the
але й
issue is
питання
not
в
only the
увазі
budget.
місцевих громад
Budget is
до
important,
своїх
but
національних
important
меншин,
is the
або тих, які
attitude
традиційно
of
там
local
проживають, або яких
communities to
зараз
national minorities
внаслідок
who
російської
live there
окупації змушені
traditionally
знайти
or who
прихисток
are
для того,
forced
щоб отримати
to
відповідне
move there and
забезпечення.
find their shelter
Я
because of
маю надію, що
occupation.
ми, власне, загалом в
And
системі
I
влади,
hope
не тільки
in
уряду, але й в
general in the
координації з
system of
місцевими
government,
державними
not
адміністраціями,
only with the
з
government, but in coordination with the
місцевою владою,
local government,
повинні
local
знайти
authorities,
конкретні кейси для
must
їхньої
find
реалізації.
particular cases for their
На цьому
implementation.
зупинюся, тому що вважаю, що
Here I will
практика зараз,
conclude
напевно,
because
важливіша,
I
ніж
believe that
деякий науковий
practical
досвід, тобто треба
things are more
підтримувати і
important than
прагматику, але
scientific
передусім
deliberations.
хочу,
They
щоб
should be
нам було
supported,
зараз комфортно
but
для
first I think
збереження наших
us
спільнот.
to feel comfortable to preserve our communities.
Дякую, Олеже Миколайовичу.
Thank you,
Це
Oleg
надзвичайно
Nikolaevich.
важливі речі. Ви знаєте,
These
що
are very
деякі
important
присутні
things.
знають, що ми
You know, and all
активно
those present
працюємо
here know
над
that we
розробкою
work very
нормативно-правової
actively
бази,
to
яка
elaborate
дозволила
regulatory
нашим
basis
національним
that will
спільнотам
allow our national
жити
communities to live
в рамках європейського законодавства
in the framework
і,
of European
звичайно,
legislation
реалізовувати
and to
всебічно
realize
свої права
their
і
rights in
повністю
the
зберігати
all-round
свою
way,
культуру,
to
ідентичність,
preserve entirely their culture,
свої звичаї,
identity,
будучи
their customs,
частиною політичної
being a
української
part of
нації.
political Ukrainian
Зараз я би
nation.
хотів надати
Now I
слово
would like to give the floor
пану Еберту, голові
to
департаменту
Robert
антидискримінаційного
Geta,
департаменту Ради Європи.
Anti-Discrimination
Будь ласка.
Department of Council of Europe. Mr. Herseth, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. Distinguished Minister of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights, Head of the State Service of Ukraine for Ethnic Affairs and Freedom of Conscience, representatives of national minorities and the Greek community, dear participants of the forum. It is a great pleasure for me to open this forum of the Greek national minority of Ukraine. National minority rights are essential to ensuring peace and stability, not only in Ukraine, but throughout Europe. The Council of Europe provides widely recognized standards and key mechanisms to ensure the protection for persons belonging to national minorities. Ukraine has been one of Europe's most multicultural countries for centuries. Ukraine has ratified the two main treaties of the Council of Europe for the protection of minority rights and minority languages, namely the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities and the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages. Military action against Ukraine has very negatively affected the lives of members of national communities and indigenous peoples in Ukraine, particularly those who lived in the eastern and southern regions of Ukraine, among them the Azov Greeks. Parts of these territories are temporarily occupied and active hostilities are also taking place there. The cultural heritage of national minorities, including their places of memory and worship, is being destroyed. The Ukrainian Parliament Commissioner for Human Rights issued a special report on the observance of the rights of national minorities or communities, expressing concern that the Greeks of the Azov region are at risk of extinction. According to HIMO, Ukrainian Heritage Monitoring Lab 1, monitoring data, the explosion of the Kakhovska Dam and its hydroelectric power station, HPP, on the Dnieper River on 6 June last year, led to the destruction of Yarlitske settlement archaeological site, which was an ancient Greek settlement and a component of the cultural heritage of the Greek community of Ukraine. At the same time, mass internal displacement and emigration has significantly affected the ethnic identity of the different regions of Ukraine. War increases the vulnerability of already vulnerable groups. While immediate action is needed to support the path towards inclusive recovery, Ukraine needs comprehensive strategies to take into account the situation of internally displaced people from national minorities in order to address the long-term needs of its most vulnerable citizens. To support Ukraine, the Council of Europe has adopted a new revised programmatic framework on Ukraine, adapted to changing circumstances. Under the Council of Europe Action Plan for Ukraine, Resilience, Recovery and Reconstruction for the years 2023 to 2026, we started two projects. First, the project support the reform of the national minority legal framework and the resilience of the national minorities and Roma in Ukraine, supported by contributions from a number of Council of Europe member states. And second, the project support for implementing European standards relating to anti-discrimination and rights of national minorities, which the Council of Europe implements, but has agreed and co-financed with the European Union. Today's forum provides an opportunity to voice your concerns, needs and problems, but also to share best practices and planned activities. I therefore encourage you to engage in constructive discussion and dialogue today and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Дуже вам дякую.
Thank you very
Це
much. In fact,
надзвичайно важливі теми.
these are very important
Кожна з цих
topics.
тем і стратегія
Each
розвитку
of these
національних
topics,
меншин,
the strategy
яку
for development
ми
of
будемо
national
уточнювати
minorities that we will
відповідно до рекомендацій, які
specify
отримала
according to
Україна
the
в ході
recommendations that Ukraine
українського
received
законодавства
during the
на
screening of
предмет його
Ukrainian
відповідності
legislation
європейському, і
on
питання збереження
conformity to
археологічної
European
спадщини
legislation,
і
preservation
нематеріальної
of
спадщини. Кожна
archaeological
з цих проблем
heritage,
є в
non-material
центрі українського уряду
heritage, all that
і
in the
в
focus
центрі,
of attention
звичайно,
of Ukrainian
уваги, в
government
самому центрі уваги
and
Державної
in the
служби
focus of
закордонної
attention of
та
state
свободи совісті.
service of
Я вам ще раз
ethnic
дякую.
affairs
Я би
and
зараз
freedom of
хотів
conscience. Thank you very much
запросити
again.
до
Now I would
слова
like to invite
пана Василакіса, заступника
Mr.
голови
Vasilakis, who is deputy
місії
head of the
Греції
mission
в Україні.
of Greek
Ми
in
вас дуже
Ukraine.
вітаємо і просимо
We
до слова.
welcome you. Please invite you to speak.
Ви мене чуєте?
Can you hear me?
Пане міністре, шановний
Друзі, колеги,
Mr. Minister, dear friends and colleagues,
від нашого посольства я б хотів
from our embassy,
привітати вас з
I would
організацією
like to welcome
цього
you
форуму і побажати усіх
at this
успіхів.
forum
Це
and wish you
перше.
success.
Я
This is the first
бачив
thing.
програму
Second,
форуму,
I saw
і
the agenda of the
вона
forum.
дуже вражає, тому що
It
там
impressed
там усе,
very
там
much.
аспекти
It
історії,
has everything, aspects of
питання
history and
політичної мови,
culture,
греків
identity,
України,
language
і
of Greeks of Ukraine.
це вже для мене
For
велике
me,
досягнення.
this is a
що
great
ми
achievement by
можемо
itself.
слухати ваших експертів і
We can
фахівців,
listen to your
тому що для
experts,
нашої роботи
specialists.
це
For our
необхідно.
work, it is quite needed.
Що стосується нашого посольства,
As regards our embassy,
ну, питання греків України, звісно,
of
один
course,
з найважливіших
the issue of Greeks of
пріоритетів,
Ukraine
особливо,
is
в ці
one
часи.
of our major
І я б
priorities,
хотів
especially in
запевнити
this
вас,
time.
що
And I
наше
want to
посольство
assure you
відкрите,
that
і що
our
ми
embassy is opened.
готові для будь-якої співпраці і для будь-якого спільного
We are ready for any cooperation and
Я
any
хотів ще
project.
подякувати уряду
I would
України
like to
і
express
особливо
gratitude to
комітету
government of
політики, тому
Ukraine,
що
especially
нас дуже
the State Service on Ethnic
допомагають і
Affairs.
підтримують,
They are
особливо
helping us a lot, they are supporting us, especially as regards Greeks
Знаєте,
of
я
Ukraine.
ну, так трапилося, що я працюю в Україні вже
It has happened so that I'm working in Ukraine
з початку повномасштабного вторгнення.
since the start of the full-scale invasion.
Ну, намагаюся більше знати дізнатися
I'm
про
trying to
історію
get to know more
України і так
about
далі.
history and culture of
Я б
Ukraine,
хотів з вами
so on.
поділитися
Would like to
маленьким
share
досвідом. Ну, взагалі працювати
my
в
small
Україні,
experience.
це вже для нас
Working
великий
in
досвід.
Ukraine, it's a huge experience by
Я
itself
зробив
for
кілька
us.
місяців тому одну книгу.
Several months ago,
Якщо не
I
помиляюся, це
ordered
була
a
книга
book.
Оксани Забушко. Так, я
That
розумію,
was
так,
a
на
book
застосовній
of
мові.
Oksana Zabushko. I can read it in Ukrainian using vocabulary, of course.
Надіслало ще одну
But the
маленьку
publishing
книгу.
house sent me another small
І я
book.
подумав, ой, подарунок, мабуть.
And
Я
I thought,
відкриваю,
probably this is a gift.
і книжка
I opened this book, and
називалася
what I see,
«Психологія
the book is
дітей під
called
час війни».
Psychology of Children in the Time of War.
А потім думаєш,
And after that, you
Боже
start
мій, що вони
thinking,
роблять?
oh my gosh, what
Вони,
are they
я маю на увазі
doing?
ті,
They, I mean,
хто в
those
болотах, правильно, так?
who live in the marshes of Russia.
І, ну, прийшла в голову така думка, що взагалі,
Such an idea came into my
чи ми
mind.
знали Україну раніше, чи її
But
знаємо,
whether we really
що
knew
Україна взагалі це
Ukraine
її
before,
люди, врешті-решт,
do
так?
we know it now? Ukraine, first of all, it's
І
Ukrainian
що,
people.
так, будівлі, інфраструктуру можемо відновити взагалі.
Houses,
Так.
infrastructure could be
довгий
renovated. It will take a
процес,
long
але треба
time.
і відновити і душу, і
It could be
серця,
reconstructed, but
а,
one should
людей.
reconstruct the heart and
Ам,
soul of people.
І ми повинні визнати, що так
We
культура
must
формувалася
recognize
і
that
в минулому і
Ukrainian
так далі.
culture had
Але
been
воно це
developing
і сьогодні.
through the past and history,
Боротьби
but
людей
it
і
continues
сьогодні
developing
в
even
цій
now.
Україні.
And
У
the
кожному
fight
акті
and the struggle
опору,
that
у
people
кожному
are waging
акті
now in
справедливості,
each
особливо
act of
солідарності.
resistance, act of
Так
justice,
що,
and act of especially
факт, що
solidarity.
і під час
The
повітряної
fact
тривоги,
that we are here
це вже
during the
успіх.
air raid
І
is a success
мені
already.
дає багато надії, що
It gives me a lot of
все
hope
буде добре, так?
that
Все буде
everything
Україна.
will be okay.
І
All will be Ukraine.
яка Україна?
Ukraine. What kind of
Не
Ukraine?
чули мене раніше, але у мене
Probably
є,
you didn't hear me before,
одне речення,
but
яке я
I have
завжди
one
говорю, що наші
sentence that I always say,
процвітати
that our Greek
вільні
communities will flourish only in free and
Одеси
independent
до
Ukraine,
Харкова
from Odessa
і
to
Львова до
Kharkiv,
Маріуполя. І
from Kyiv to Mariupol. Full stop.
Бажаю успіхів ще раз.
I wish you
Дякую за
success
запрошення
once
і
again. Thank you for
я чекаю
invitation.
вас,
I'm looking
ваших
forward
фахівців.
to
Дякую.
speeches of your experts. Thank you.
Я вам дуже дякую
I thank
за
you
ваші
very
слова,
much indeed for
за
all
ваше
your words,
ставлення до
for your
України,
attitude
за
to
ваше знання
Ukraine,
української мови,
for
тому
your
що,
knowledge of Ukrainian language, because to read Oksana Zabushko book
та українською
in Ukrainian,
не всі. Вірніше, я б не так сказав, що
not all,
хто
well,
її
I would
читає,
say it like
відкриває
that.
для себе
Everybody
нові
who is
української
reading
мови і української
Oksana Zabushko
культури.
book is open
Дуже
new
вам,
layers of Ukrainian
дуже вам
language
дякую.
and
Справа в
Ukrainian
тому, що,
culture. Thank you very much for that.
в часи, коли відбувалася
In the times
денаціоналізація і
when
створення
denationalization was happening
єдиної історичної общності совєтського народу, дуже
and
багато
the
людей
single historic unity Soviet people was established, many people were forced to be separated from their ethnic roots. As one friend of mine was saying, I have very many girl friends whose grandmother was Polish, but their mother was never called Polish. So in the generation between grandmother and mother, this Polish identity disappeared, but was so-called fight against Polish fascists. Yesterday we had possibility to see that things were happening with Germans. My old friend is German. His grandparents were hiding their German ethnicity. Same was happening with Greeks. At school, they were telling us that Greeks are connected with the country that is NATO member. People with Greek roots, at least outside the Azov area, preferred not to speak loudly that they are Greeks. This is a very traumatic experience they must take into account in our strategy for development of national minorities of Ukraine. Now I would like to give the floor to representative of another big friend of our country, of our service in particular, Eleonora Lotti, who is Senior Advisor of Office High Commissioner of National Minorities of OSCE. This is a special institution that supports national minorities in Europe. This institution is engaged very actively in preserving ethnic minorities' rights in the old continent. Eleonora Lotti, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Minister Nemichinov, dear Mr. Zelensky, dear Mr. Lubinets, colleagues, friends from national minorities in Ukraine, including the Greek community, good morning. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to participate in this event dedicated to the Greek national minority of Ukraine. For the office of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities, our participation in this event is particularly important for two reasons. Firstly, it is a show of solidarity to the many Ukrainian Greeks who, like the rest of the citizens of Ukraine, have been so deeply affected by war and occupation. My office's attention to the plight of Ukrainians in this dramatic situation, including national minorities in the areas temporarily occupied by the Russian Federation, has been ongoing. Just the day after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, former High Commissioner Abderrahmanov insisted on reaching out to members of minority communities in the country, including of the Greek minority, some of whom are actually present here today, to get a first sense of the situation. A roundtable and other exchanges held in the following weeks and months with the Greek community have been extremely useful to inform diplomatic engagement as well as dialogue with international partners. The other reason why I'm happy to be here today relates to the important work that our partners in Ukraine, and in particular the State Service on Ethnic Policy and Freedom of Conscience and the Office of Ukraine's Ombudsperson, are doing in trying to provide a platform to discuss issues related to national minorities. And today's event is a testament of these efforts. Strengthening the legislative framework regulating minority rights and issues, and supporting the development of bodies dealing with national minorities to function as effective and inclusive platforms of dialogue with minority communities, as well as across key institutions in Ukraine, has been one of the priorities of my office. Indeed, experience from engaging with participating states has shown that meaningful involvement of national minorities, including women and youth, in developing and implementing integration policies ensures that they truly reflect their needs and aspirations and increases confidence in the state. I am proud that despite the situation of war, mandated institutions in Ukraine are working tirelessly to develop inclusive policies and engage in meaningful dialogue, which also supports Ukraine's aspirations at the regional level. They are doing their best to expand their capacities, and my office is assisting them in this endeavor. For example, in July this year, DES joined us in an exchange we organized here in The Hague for institutions across the OSCE area dealing with minority issues, which was specifically focused on strengthening consultative mechanisms. Shortly, a delegation will travel to Germany to learn how the country is addressing issues related to national minorities. We are also supporting the Office of the Ombudsperson to increase its capacities to monitor issues related to national minorities, including in Ukraine's regions. While institutions are developing, we also invite minority communities through the organizations, schools, cultural centers to utilize the platforms of dialogue that are at our disposal to voice concerns, needs, and ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine is currently facing a range of complex challenges. Minority issues have been instrumentalized, but the diversity of Ukraine's society is there to stay and is one of Ukraine's biggest assets. This is why our cooperation on minority issues is all the more important today. In light of future recovery and reconciliation efforts, it is crucial to continue strengthening the cohesiveness of society. And you can surely count on the Office of the High Commissioner on National Minorities to work with you as key partners along this path. Thank you very much.
Дякую, пані Елеоноро, за ваші слова і за
Thank
вашу
you,
підтримку.
Madam Lottie, for your words and for your support. This is very effective. And continuous support of ethnic policy in Ukraine, for instance, in what is related to the national minorities. One thing is that the trip to Germany has not yet taken place. However, it will happen. It will be performed, and we hope that our people can see, first of all, how German authorities are working at a local level with the national minorities, and secondly, how Germany outlines minorities and identifies minorities that belong to the national minorities. We can see that we have a bit of a difference in our approaches. However, this experience would be extremely valuable. I would like to give floor to the representative of yet another institution, which without a doubt is a friend of the national minorities in Ukraine, which has a special attitude to the Greek national minority and special relations with the Greek national minority, national community. And since Mr. Dmytro Lubinets is on business trip, this institution is represented by Mr. Alexander Osipov, and I'm happy to give him the floor. Thank you, dear colleagues. I would like to welcome all participants of this event on behalf of the Ombudsperson of Ukraine, Dmytro Lubinets. I would like to thank for this invitation to this event. Unfortunately, Mr. Lubinets could not attend. He is now on business trip. Yesterday, the General Assembly of the Association of Ombudspersons of the Mediterranean region were held, and Anna Moskvalikova, the ombudsperson of Russia, was excluded from this organization. We keep on putting pressure on Russia. And going back to our topic, we are talking about the preservation of identity of the Greeks under the condition of the Russian aggression. The Greeks of Ukraine have a very long history, and it was shaped as an inseparable part of our multinational state. However, the Russian aggression has destroyed and keeps destroying the regions where the Greeks used to live and used to have their sort of compact settlements since the beginning of their presence in Ukraine. The Azov region Greeks sustained a lot of issues in the city of Mariupol. Mariupol generally was the city of multicultural life, but it has become a city of tragedy. 21,000 Greeks lived there, but 90% of the city have been destroyed and razed. These are significant figures that we can understand today, but nobody knows the real situation of what is happening there. The Greeks of the Azov region are the preservers of rare languages, Rum and Roman languages, and they are under the threat of extinction. This war not only gives rise to physical ruins, but also to the destruction of cultural heritage, unique libraries, collection of works of art have been destroyed, and we have lost important centers that were preserving the history of Greeks. The Museum of the Greeks of Azov region and the Regional History Museum were destroyed, which stored 53,000 artifacts and pieces of art. A significant part of those artifacts were transferred to the occupied Donetsk. Unfortunately, these losses are not only measured in terms of the number of destroyed buildings, it is measured in the fates of children. For example, Natalia Kharakos, that was preserving the legacy of the Greeks in Azov region has died because of the conditions created by the occupiers, and the occupiers continue ruining the lives of children, and their children are forced to speak to and to perform in front of the occupiers. So, for example, Asartansky Samotsvity, children's dancing collective that had to perform in Moscow. Greeks of Ukraine are also standing up for our territorial integrity. There are many heroes today who are doing everything possible so that we could host this important event. Greeks of Ukraine are also active in volunteering. Many activities were held both in Greece and in Ukraine. This year, an important event was held by the Federation of the Greek Communities. in Greek society is the Ukraine-Greek cultural festival Panair, where they were collecting money to support children of the soldiers who died or who are prisoners of war. And it is important to support the Greeks who are now in the occupying territories, and the preservation of unique language groups is our strength. And Ukraine means a unity of people. We're all fighting for our common future together. And we are confident that after the victory, we would be able to rebuild all cities and to restore our cultural heritage. The Greeks of Ukraine have been and will remain part of the Ukrainian people, part of fighting for freedom, and I'm sure that part of the future victory. I wish all of us fruitful work during this event today. Thank you for your attention, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes.
Пане Олександре, дуже вам дякую
Thank
за
you very much, Alexander,
ваш
for
насичений
your
виступ.
very intense presentation,
Я зараз пригадав
your intense
мій
speech.
науковий керівник.
I remember just
казав,
now that my academic mentor, when I was telling him that I came up with some idea, he said, no, that's not true. The Greeks have come up with everything already, and we are just, building up on their legacy. Stepan Grigorovich Maksmy, Chief of Federation of the Greek Organizations of Ukraine, has the floor next. Stepan, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Україна зараз стає трошки ближче, бо колеги не чують. Це звукарі ще не включили, тому звук довго йде.
It takes the sound a bit of time to settle. Anyway, Ukraine is standing on the path of transformation now, and we can see immense examples of how all branches of power are standing on this path of transformation. Fortunately, the sound is breaking up. We have people here who are really concerned about the Greek matters and who really live in Greek culture. And Vitaly said that he knows Greek culture best of all. Sorry, but I have witnessed
часи, коли він в 14-му році прийшов
how
служити
he
прикордонний загін Сартана.
was living through difficult times. In 2014, he became sort of a border guard in the Sartana unit, and he was living next to the Greeks and serving with the Greeks. And he was inspiring them with wonderful culture of the Greeks of the Isles of Region. And he was inspired by them. So he basically became a Greek who is inspired and who is supporting and upholding the Greek movement in Ukraine. Thank you very much. With support of your federation, with support of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, today we have the results of our joint fruitful work. And the work of the State Service for Ethnic Policy and Freedom of Consciousness. Victor, I would like to thank also you and your team for focusing your attention so much on this and for shaping the national agenda. And I will remember the words you said yesterday, that the united voice of the community has to reverberate in the state, in the country, in the society. So we need to consolidate around the idea of preservation of languages of Rome and Rooms and preservation of Greeks of all Ukraine. I would like to thank you for the possibility of creating conditions for this communication and this preservation. I would also like to thank the Ombudsman's office, because Dmitry Lubinets is a Greek by origin, and he's always very proud of that he has Greek roots. So the Ombudsman's, we also thank the Ombudsperson's office a lot. for this.
Бачимо, що експертна рада
We
національних
can
спільнот
see that the expert
Офісі
community
омбудсмена
at
теж
the
робить
Ombudsman's
багато
office
зусиль,
also
багато
is taking a lot of efforts
ініціатив підтримки
and a lot of initiatives to support this community of national minorities.
і свободи совісті, котрий очолює Олександр
This
Васильович.
council is established at the
Тому що положення
service
говорить, що кожного року
for national
головувати буде
minorities,
інша
and it
спільнота,
says
а
that
це говорить
another
про те, що ми
community
маємо
will be
демократичний
presiding in
підхід,
that service, and this
і що
also
ми
shows democratic
розбудовуємо
approach,
демократичну державу.
and it shows that we're building a
На цю
democratic
раду
state.
дуже великі сподівання, що
We
ця
have a
рада
lot of
стане
expectations for that
радою
council, that this council would become
нормотворчої діяльності і
a
законодавчої ініціативи.
norm-building community for the
Ми, як
legislative
нацспільноти,
initiative.
зможемо
As the national minorities,
доводити
we
до
hope to
різних
be able
міністерств, до
to
різних служб,
take
до
it to different
Верховної Ради
ministries
нашу
and
ініціативу,
services,
котра
to the parliament.
народжується знизу.
We hope to bring in our initiatives that are being brought by the community.
Він, будучи консулом, генеральним консулом в
Our friend
Маріуполі,
Consul Manolis Anlakis said that
підтримував
as a
греків
consul in
при Азові,
Mariupol,
Ромеїв і
he was
Лумів,
supporting Remains in the rooms and the
мешкали в
Azov
Приазов'ї,
region
і
Greeks who
підтримує
were
їх
living
і
in that
сьогодні,
area,
будучи вже генеральним
and he
консулом
keeps
в Києві.
supporting them now while
І
being
вчора
the general
зустрічалися
consul
ми
in
і
Kyiv.
проговорювали проблеми,
Yesterday we met and
і
discussed the
котрі
problems,
нам потрібно вирішувати в
the
Маріуполі
problems
і в
that we need to
Приазов'ї, і
resolve in
котрі нам
Mariupol,
потрібно
in the
вирішувати
Azov
зараз
region,
уже і в
and the
Києві, і по
problems
всім
we need to resolve in
нашим
Kyiv and in
регіонам, де присутні
all our
грецькі
regions
товариства. Я
where
хочу
the Greek
подякувати
communities are
всім
present.
головам грецьких товариств,
I would
котрі
like to
сьогодні
thank
знайшли
all
можливість
chiefs
і
of
приїхали
the
з
Greek
усіх куточків,
communities who
зі
found
всіх
the
регіонів
opportunity
нашої
to come
країни,
from
нашої
all
держави.
regions of
І
Ukraine.
особливо хочу подякувати Ірина
And
Іванівна,
particularly, I
Ніна
would like to
Іванівна
thank Irina and
і
Nina
колега. Вони
and our
приїхали з
colleagues.
селища
They came
Константинополь
from
Донецької області,
Constantinople, Donetsk
котре
region, which
єдине
is
лишилось
the
грецьке
only
на
Greek
території підконтрольній
settlement
українській владі,
in the
котре,
territory controlled by the
до речі,
Ukrainian
привезла
state.
і музейні експонати
And she
свої для
brought some
того, щоб
museum
показати
artifacts
культуру,
to show
обичаї, обряди греків Донеччини.
the rituals, the customs of the Greeks of Donetsk region. They are fighting on the contact line. They are fighting to preserve culture in the most difficult conditions. At the end, I would like to say that our unity is our power, and our diversity makes us strong.
Народжується єдність держави,
And strength gives rise to the unity of the country,
корінного народу.
of the people, of indigenous peoples, and I can talk a lot about this. And I hope that today's scientific and practical forum would give us an answer to many questions that we have had, and that we still have. And we would like to hear from the academics about the studies that occurred many years ago and that we need to take into the future, to take that academic work to our children and to our grandchildren, to make sure we can preserve that very Greek identity, Greek culture, Greek languages, all the languages that exist in Ukraine. So I wish all of us fruitful work, peaceful skies, health, happiness, and glory to Ukraine.
Шановні друзі,
Dear friends, thank you. I thank Stepan Grigorovich for his words, for all his wishes. We all need it. We need peaceful sky, happiness, and health. That's a great need for us. Thank you very much. Now I would like us to start practical work. We start first panel, societal and political advancement of Greeks of
Я
Ukraine.
думаю, що ми тоді змінимо архітектуру
I
нашої
think we shall now
і приступимо тоді
change
до практичної роботи.
seating
Я всім
arrangement
дуже дякую.
and start practical work. I said, thank all panelists very much.
Шановні друзі,
Dear friends, I welcome you all at our first panel. I thank organizers for invitation, for this opportunity to share my views at historical past and future prospects of Greek community of Ukraine.
сьогодні в нашій панелі приймають участь
Today in our panel,
історики
we have not
українського
just
елінізму,
historians
греків
of Ukrainian Hellenism,
Києва, Одещини,
Greeks
Львова,
of
інших
North
осередків
Azov,
грецького
Greeks of
елінізму.
Odessa, of Lviv, or other
Дуже
areas.
професійні вчені
They are very
і
professional scholars
давні мої друзі.
and my very old friends.
В 90-ті роки
Back in 1990s, together we were studying this topic. I will introduce them all, and then when I give them microphone, I remind them. Valery Tomazov, Doctor of Historical Sciences, Institute of History of Ukraine, National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. He is the author of numerous works on history of Greeks, including the classic work, a collective monograph, Greeks in the territory of Ukraine, that was presented in 2000 in Mariupol State University. This book remains an important landmark for those who start studying history of Leninism or continue doing it. Not less renowned scientist as my good friend Svetlana Nomikova. She is the author of dissertation works and numerous books on North Azov Greek, on maritime trade. She studied the period end of 19th, beginning of 20th century. Online will be other colleague who lives abroad now, Svetlana Rabaji. She's a scholar who studied next generation. She will speak through Zoom. Specialist on modern life of North Greeks and maritime trade. Larisa Yakubova, well-known historian who studied history of Greeks of Ukraine and other national minorities. She is now studying the current totalitarian essence of Russian state. she's
давайте
on the
розпочнемо.
way
І
here,
перше
but
питання,
because of
яке
the air raid, she's delayed.
Питання про міфи. Про міфи.
I want to raise
Рано,
one issue.
скажімо так,
mythology.
у нас була така настанова, щоб ми свої наукові
had
диспути більш наблизили до практичного
such a proposal that when we speak here on some historical topics, bring them close to reality. So why I'm talking about mythological stories? Because they're connected with everything. If we think about a myth, not as just a fairy tale, but this is the basis of ethnicity of every nation, which is embodied in historical remembrance. And this is the pivot that identity of the nation holds. Myth on the Cossack movement of Ukrainian. It's not just a historical canon, but if this myth, this canon, at least schematically is close to reality, it's okay. But if this myth is perverting reality, then it is manipulation and propaganda. My question to panelists is how to fight with the empirical myth of histories that allegedly they rescued Greeks from Crimea by moving them from Crimea to Azov territory. Myths about the role of Catherine II that allegedly promoted Greeks. How to break this myth, take into account current situation, that now all these myths get new life in the occupied Azov area, and doing in such a way not to become propagandists ourselves. Colleagues, please. I welcome esteemed colleagues, very thankful for this opportunity to talk to all you here who cares about Greek history and culture. We live in this paradigm for quite a long time. Since the time that I was a student, a postgraduate, I was always interested in this topic. There are very many problems in studying Greek history as such. Greeks that arrived from Greece and Greeks that were moved from Crimea. It is especially painful. The story of the Azov Greeks, very painful. There are many lacunas, many missing parts of history, because most of historical documents are now in Russian archives and we don't have access to it. Very important is historical education, especially of the young generation. Mariupol Association of Greeks had very good initiative, Sunday schools, where they taught Greek culture, Greek history, Greek language, but unfortunately during the wartime this initiative was broken. Historical education, knowledge of your roots, of your sources, of your culture and language is extremely important for a person. Our Mariupol State University has a department that is studying the new Greek only, unfortunately. But the Azov Greek language is studied only additionally. There were some missions. There were two schools in Sartana and Stary Krim towns. They were studying Azov Greek language. We as historians used to work on Olympiad, on the competitions of Greek language and culture. But what we saw there was not enough time for lessons with children, especially on history. We have been working for many years, but we see that children have very small knowledge of Greeks in Ukraine, especially the Azov Greek. They only know the Kyiv, that Greeks were resettled, Metropolitan Ignatium, customs and habits, foods. That weak knowledge of history is very dangerous. What we always face, even arguing with Alexandra Ivanivna, for instance, a very painful issues of resettlement Greeks from Crimea. This historic event becomes a myth as well, especially a role of Metropolitan Ignatian. He got this position and a kind of Moses of the Greek people, but unfortunately this Metropolitan Ignatian didn't become what Moses was for the Jewish people. This heroization of these people was happening, this person was happening. But our task is to overcome this old myth and indicate, especially to young people, what this process was in reality, how these people, these Greeks, were forced to move. They were brought to the Azov area, and they lived in conditions they started dying from hunger, cold. They lived in terrible conditions in winter. Many of them fled. In the fairy tales, there was mentioning that hundreds of people were fleeing from the Azov area to Crimea. If their life was so good there, would they flee? The history of one family, only one person, a nephew, stayed in Mariupol. The others stayed there for one day and they left.
Наше завдання як істориків проводити отаку пропагандистську роботу в гарному розумінні цього слова і показувати, яким був цей процес, щоб оце все побороти. А щодо греків в цілому України, також нам треба розгорнути фокус в інший бік.
What we need, we must move focus in different direction. History prescribes that Catherine II acted benevolently as regards Greeks. She was rescuing Greeks from Ottoman Turks because there was a battle with the Turks. But Greeks were moved to weaken the Khanate of Crimea. They were rich people. They owned ships and boats, and the Tsarist authority needed them to get settled on the new territories that they got in fight from Turks. But whether they were good territories, the stories illustrate how much good Greeks did to develop this port city for development of northern part of Azov territory, north of Mariupol. There are many interesting stories that could be told both to adult Greeks and especially to children for the growing generation. And I think that Federation and those that can facilitate it must think how to renew the practice of Sunday schools, probably to create some educational resource. Maybe start thinking about publishing at least small textbook and to show Greeks
якось самі жили
not
і все
the
в тому
way
ж
it was
Приазов'ї.
depicted in all other history books. They lived
Іншого
separately in the Azov
населення
area,
України.
but how they communicated with other peoples, with Ukrainians, with Germans who lived nearby, how they worked, to have the history of different communities living together. That would be important. Thank you very much. If there are questions to me, I will be ready to answer.
Доброго дня, друзі. Я хочу підтримати цю розмову
Good
про
afternoon,
існуючі
friends.
міфи.
I would like to
Кій
support this
Петрович
conversation
дуже
about
влучно сказав,
myths
що
that
існують
exist.
міфи,
Key Petrovich
і
said quite correctly that we
історія
have a lot
країни
of
Азову,
myths.
Греків взагалі,
And
не
history
тільки
of Azov Greek and
дослідження,
Greek in
там багато
general, it's not
можливих
just the
плям,
study.
містів є.
There are many
А це
white
і
spots
проблема нового
remaining.
погляду на всю цю
But
історію.
this is the
Оскільки є
problem
такий
of the
вираз,
new
не дуже його
viewpoint
люблять
of entire
історики, але це
history.
правда.
There is a
Історія пише
statement
переможці.
that history is written by winners. Russian Empire was the country who won a lot of other people, won a victory over other people, and they wrote history the way they liked it. And this narrative existed many decades after the fall of Russian Empire. The Soviet Union was also an empire, and in many ways it has inherited the ancient myths that existed in the Russian Empire. Back in 1930s, Joseph Stalin started continuing many things that existed in empire. All children were wearing uniforms in school, in college. They had certain uniform. That was also legacy of Russian Empire. Bringing back old titles, orders, names that after revolution were cancelled, then they brought them back, bringing back it old empire history. Soviet Union inherited different elements of Russian empire. And there are several myths that one should destroy. The first myth about general Greeks that lived in Russian Empire. But these Greeks were quite different who resided in territory of Russian Empire. It is not kind of living that Europe or USA know. When I start telling to Western listeners, students about Greeks of Ukraine, they don't understand what it is. They think it is kind of dispersed habitation, like in France, Spain. Greek families settle there and live. Many of them, well, not important. But what was happening in Ukrainian part of Russian Empire, Greeks live in communities. In certain communities where Greek way of life persisted, their language, customs and habits, they had the right of self-governance. Nizhyn Greeks, Odessa Green, they had Greek magistrate. Greeks in Ismail, in Ochakov, in Mykolaiv, there are different Greeks from different communities. They had different dialects. It was new Greek, but certain dialects remained depending where they came from. North Azov Greeks is quite a different story. Maybe I'm not very popular, but North Azov Greek, they are separate ethnical group, not same as Greek from Odessa or Nizhyn. And what I believe, and I think one should start from that, Greeks, Urums and Rumeis are indigenous peoples of Ukraine. They were formed in Crimea during Byzantine rule, and they are separate ethnical groups. Regrettably, in the Soviet Union and later in the first years of existence of independent Ukraine, this issue has never been raised, even at the level of scholars. they were saying that Urum and Rumei language are just dialects. Well, maybe it's not the way like French literature, Baltic literature. It's not the same as French. But Rumei literature did exist. That there were writers and poets who were writing in Rumei language. So this language functioned as literature language, not only everyday speaking. Spread of new Greek language at school, universities, Mariupol University in particular, caused the situation. Well, on the one hand, it was beneficial for the Greek community that helped to overcome social and economic problems. Attractiveness of trip to Greece, all that contributed to it. But that caused destruction of Urum and Rumei language.
And that reduced the space of their functioning, reduced the territory in which they were functioning. The same thing applies to resettlements. This was a myth that was being raised by the Soviets, and since the beginning of independence, this myth re-emerged that modern Greeks, modern Crimean Tatars were doing the wrong things in history, etc. The scientists that are studying the Crimean Huns are saying that there were no such interethnic problems. This was a Russian myth that, oh, we, the Orthodox, are the saviors of peace and of culture. This was being done all the time, and they're doing the same thing now. We are now speaking the same language, meaning Russian. That is why you are part of us, and we are protecting you from all of those terrible people who do not speak the same language as you do. All of these are narratives that the Russian Empire was always imposing on people, and the Soviet Union continued imposing them. And all historians are now saying that the exodus of the Greeks, the Orthodox, not just the Greeks, but all the Orthodox population from the territory of the Crimean Khanate was saving them and so on. No, this was deportation. Nobody was asking them whether they wanted to be resettled or not. And by the way, prominent Russian military leaders, Suvorov and Potemkin, were doing just that. Were leading those efforts. And Suvorov's remnants were buried there, but now his remnants were unearthed and moved away to Russia because he's an important person in their military leadership. And they were trying to take them to Mariupol, according to the myths, and they were trying to rebel because they were not happy by this situation, by the conditions, and then the Russian troops were brought in to calm down the rebellious Greeks. And this is something we need to keep talking. We need to keep destroying these myths that are still in the minds. And we are all people. We still inherit certain stereotypes from our ancestors. My grandmother told me like that, so that must have been how it was. And the Soviet Union had the best products and the cheapest food. That is why it was the best country. And when we started studying, it turns out the products were not as good as our grandmother told us. So all of these myths live for a long time. Russia keeps on supporting those myths, and they are fed by the historical memory inherited from the previous generations. And those narratives stay in our minds. We need to prove, and we already have documents, and there's lots and lots of things to come, that we will find out that this is not so. That they said that the nation was, that Suvorov was getting all kinds of rewards for this sort of so-called victory, that he was getting all of this. And the Greeks paid with their health, with their property, with the death of their relatives. And Ignaz didn't lose anything. He only gained from this activity. 15 years ago, I remember Greek professors from Greece, including Alin Basile, who was saying about that. And I remember this caused a lot of resistance among the people studying Greek history of Azov region, but this is true. From Ignacy's side, on Ignacy's side, this was just a venture, and the Russian Empire has paid him to do so. That is why he was selected for this, and he was very agreeable. So this is a problem, and we need to start there. And then all of the history of the Azov Sea Greeks will be built in a different way. Nobody is saying that during the liberation efforts in 1917, when the Central Council was there, the national minorities received the biggest rights. The whole world was impressed with the rights that the Ukrainian power was giving to the national minorities. We had a special ministry, different quotas for representatives of the national minorities in all electoral facilities. Special judicial chambers were established, speaking only the language of the the local community. Like if this would be a German community, the court here would be speaking German. If it was Greeks, it would be Greek language. All conditions for the development of the national minorities were established. Unfortunately, the Ukrainian state did not last long back then. Nobody knows how it would have been. History doesn't know conditional tense, but this demonstrates how much Ukrainians were trying to take into account all the possibilities and all rights of national minorities. And frankly speaking, in the end of the 80s, the resurrection of the Greek community of the Azov region started back then, but let's be fair about this. The greatest portion was established during the times of the independent Ukraine. A multitude of studies were dedicated to the Azov region Greeks and Greeks in general by the Ukrainian historians. It's hard to count, and the Greeks were the luckiest in that sense because the greatest number of studies were dedicated to them as a national minority, not the Germans, not the Jews, but the Greeks. So I think there's a lot we need to do, and most importantly, we need to change something in our heads. Thank you. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Svetlana, are you with us? Can you connect? Yes, hello. Dear participants, I'm confident that you could add to the discussion something very valuable on that. Hello, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? Great. I'm very happy to be present here, and I would like to thank the colleagues who said the things that I am concerned about as well. Going back to resettlement, I asked myself, this is a very relevant question, and we need to start the discussion with that. But at the moment, personally, for me, it's a hurtful topic because yet another time my ancestors and now I was resettled from my place. So when we're talking about resettlement, whether or not it was voluntary, of course it was not voluntary. And we can ask ourselves now, And we can ask our relatives who stayed in the occupied territories, who were left behind, not because they're supportive of the new authorities, but just because they don't want to leave their land, their small motherland. And when you open the fairy tales, the books of fairy tales, and you could see that people were resettled so many times over 60 years, 70 years. Do you know many people who are prepared to leave behind all of their property, take up a horse cart, and just take, I don't know, the clothes on their back and leave their native house? The situation that we have now clearly shows that there are very few of such people. Even in the conditions of war, many people are not ready to leave their homes. So the matter of resettlement is something we need to discuss, is something we need to talk about. We should not only write academic papers on that, but we need to talk to the young people about that. Unfortunately, what I observe while reading German, Italian, English literature, academic literature, is that the myth that was recorded by the priests in mid-19th century is being replicated over and over again in the foreign literature. When some short information is given about the history of Mariupol, it is always that story about the liberation of Greeks by Catherine. And it's not important whether they were written in the 19th century or whether this is the history of Greeks in Edinburgh. And this will be our modern times. But the story is there, the lore is there. And it sounds like Russia has only been saving the Greeks. Yeah, they're saving them now, but we know that this is not the case. And on a practical level, I think it would be very good if the Federation could organize and record online courses in international language and foreign languages, similar to what the Crimean Tatars did about the establishment of the Crimean Khanate in the Crimean, and publish this on the widely available platforms where those courses could be taken for free of charge. This is our opportunity to spread the knowledge about the true history of Greeks in Ukraine. So we need to think about that. And I am very happy that Mariupol University has the course Greeks in Ukraine, which tells about the history of Greeks in the territory of Ukraine from the old days until now. But we understand that this is not such a great number of people who would be coming. So I think for the Federation, just like Svetlana said, it is very relevant to either establish Sunday schools or courses, because the Greeks themselves have to clearly understand their history. And moreover, they need to think about the language and to try to at least preserve it somehow a little bit. Thank you. Thank you, Svetlana. I got notice that Larissa is joining us online, and I'm very happy to give the floor to her. And Larissa, I would be very interested to hear your opinion about the myths of the history of Greeks in Ukraine.
Мої вітання.
Greetings.
Я перепрошую. Чи чутно мене?
I do apologize. Can you hear me? Yes.
Перепрошую за такий експромт.
I apologize for the impromptu speech on my way from subway. Unfortunately, the road is taking longer than I was hoping. I was very interested to hear my colleagues, and I would like to add, on my behalf, something else. The history of the resettlement of the Crimean Greeks over those 2 centuries has transformed into an integral part of a broader myth about Russia as the savior of the Greeks. And all of this big distorted history in one big myth of the Russian Empire as the creator of the Greek Republic and the benefactor of all Greeks of the world, that has allegedly returned the possibility to live in their own state for them. It has some rational backing, but this is one big distorted myth, which forces not only the Mariupol Greeks, as a very traumatized minority, to not only feel raped victims of the regime, but also to be grateful for this rape. And this big myth also forces Greece itself to feel very pious about modern Russia, which is the biggest country of the world, the biggest player of the world at the moment, and to be very careful about Ukraine, which in their opinion should feel the same piety towards Russia that was brought up with the Greeks, in the Greeks, with those 2 centuries of myth creation in both history and politics. The destruction of myths about, so to speak, a voluntary settlement, but the true history of this resettlement is reflected in all of its nuances and complexities. And it is the guarantee not only for the survival of Mariupol Greeks and Greek diaspora in Ukraine, but survival of Ukraine itself. And links with Greece are very important. The country with such deep historical civilizational roots for all European cultures, it could have changed its position in line with the realities and historical truth, instead of imaginary compliments towards the country, which is a myth in itself, which is not a benefactor, but an abomination of the universal scope. So I support the idea of creating, and we're talking about this over the past 30 years, that history of Mariupol Greeks and the Greek diaspora as a whole should be taken on to a new level. It has to develop new senses, not the senses that the Russian Empire instilled into it, but the senses that are in line with the empirical approach of this period of the modernization of the Greek community and achievements of the modern science, which is standing on guard of truth and virtue, historical truth and human truth. And despite all the efforts of different political powers to instrumentalize that power, the truth. So first of all, I support the idea of establishing some novel narrative of the Greeks and their history in Ukraine, where the Greek community would not be shown as a monochrome community, part of the Hellenic or Ukrainian or Russian worlds, but as a very interesting, academic, irrepeatable, authentic phenomenon.
як громадяни
which is unique
України
in Ukraine. And I think Greeks as citizens of Ukraine have reached the point of complexity of their internal essence. So when they take on the new level of understanding themselves in Ukraine, in the world, they will be able to subjectively affect their life and future, because knowledge without the knowledge of own history, without the realization of their substance, there's no freedom, there's no subjectivity. And in this world where where there's no subjectivity,
перспектив, зокрема,
there are very few perspectives for a nation like that.
пов'язані з асиміляцією.
And all of these perspectives are linked to assimilation by some or the others ethnic groups.
Обома руками
So once again, I support wholeheartedly the idea of establishment of the modern narrative, their distribution through modern tools in the broad circles of the public and academics and political communities, as well as ethno-national communities, so that we could really take the Greeks of Ukraine to the level that meets the challenges of time. And their ability to respond to these challenges will ensure their survival as an ethnic community and every one of them separately. Thank you. Thank you very much, Larissa. May I? Yeah, please go ahead.
Ну, я хотів ще відреагувати на
I
дуже
wanted to respond to yet another presentation, another speech of Larissa.
трошки про цей міф, що Росія
wanted to respond to what Larissa said and respond to this alleged myth that Russia rescued Greece. They stood for creation of the Greek country, for their liberation. And another remark in protection of Greek scholars. I was in different conferences and Greek guys were present, and there was always discussions about Russia-Turkey wars. And historians from St. Petersburg trying us to convince that was the fight for liberation of Orthodox people that were conquered by Turks. One scholar argued that was the fight for the Straits of Bosphorus and Dardanelles. You were not interested in freedom of people, you were interested in your own benefit. Russians always had their strategic interests, but they try to disguise them as if they are protecting someone or benefit someone. This is the old story. It is repeating all the time, but it is working. They did it 200 years ago, 100 years ago, and now same narratives. And they are working for some reason, because we do not learn lessons from what happened before. 2 years to 3 years ago, a book was published. Lilia Belausova from Odessa wrote it. About Tsukiteri and uprising headed by Alexander Ypsilanti. Ukrainian Revolution. Documents from Odessa archive were mentioned. It was published in Ukrainian, then it was translated into Greek and published in Athens. It contains very interesting documents. What was the attitude of Russia? The attitude to this uprising headed by Ypsilanti. Greece expected help from Russia because they saw that Russia is frank in willing to help. But what was the end of it? Alexander, Russian emperor, agreed with the Austrian emperor, and they agreed they caught and put into prison Alexander Etolankin. Those who flew to Moldova were later arrested by Russian Empire, putting them to Russian prison. All officers that fled to Russia to be protected, they were arrested and sent to Siberia, and they died there. They 14 castles in Ukraine, and there is a story that Greeks that took part in Greece revolution were imprisoned in that castle. That was the end of Russian Empire's support of uprising. One should speak about that, not only in Ukraine, but in Greece as well. Sorry for a brief remark about the Azov Greeks. Same story. There were very many promises from Russia. Things would be good. But for some 30 years, they lived in very poor condition, and people who were merchants and were quite wealthy, they needed 30 years to live up to their status. Many people died, lost a lot of money. Land plots were allocated for them near the Azov, but they didn't have time to cultivate all that. And initially, it was written that this land was given them forever, lifelong. But then they started taking away this land from them. Same story repeated in the Soviet times. Brief time of renovation, but again, they found those who were dangerous and liquidated them. The Crimean tragedy, Crimean Tatars of 1944, but Greeks were also deported from Crimea in 1944 together with Crimean Tatars. That was the way they lived in Russian Empire, different format. Thank you, colleagues. Some ideas came into mind. We came to conclusion that we should deconstruct the imperial narrative of Greek history in Ukraine. And if we have facts, they can do it. But I want to bring this issue to instrumental dimension, how to popularize it, how to bring it to the knowledge both of Greek community and Ukrainian society. In this connection, today's discussion could be great use. Today's discussion about school education. We know that integral history course is introduced, where history of Ukraine will be a part of world history. There are scholars who support this idea, and there are those who are opponents, and each of them is providing arguments. Some people say that in such a case, history of Ukraine will be dissolved in this big subject. Others say, on the contrary, it's a global approach, which was successfully used in other countries. I want to address representatives of state service, Ukraine ethnic affairs and ethnic policy, and Greek community. Can you speak on this course of history, that it contains not only histories of Ukrainian people, but stories of national minorities? Textbook of history of Ukraine, it has proper focuses about national narratives, but in the course of the last 30 years, it didn't mention anything about national minorities living in Ukraine. Many people from the eastern part of Ukraine got to know that Hungarians live in Zakarpattia only when when there's disputes on education started, they got to know it from you. Many people who live in the western part or central part of Ukraine do not know very much about national minority in the south and east of Ukraine, Greeks in particular. What is the problem? But the basic textbook basis for education of children at school didn't include these stories. So I hope very much that the integrated course of history taught at school, global concept of history of Ukraine will be complemented by history of individual ethnic groups that live there. They could be intertwined into the global context. And the platform is working on that. I don't remember how this platform is called. Big English Language History of Ukraine, originated by Timothy Snyder, Gricak, and others. In this instrumental work, it is important not only popularize, but at least to give minimal knowledge to Ukrainian society what different ethnic groups live in territory of Ukraine. And this knowledge is in the textbook of history of Ukraine. New textbook, history that will include the world history and history of Ukraine. That is my comment. If we must prepare a practical recommendation, this is my practical recommendation and request to certain agencies.
Повністю згоден з тим, що
I fully agree that the Russian narrative that we had from Soviet times, that Catherine II resettled Greeks upon their request, upon their wish. It's a myth, and we understand more and more that that Russian narrative that they imposed to us is dying out. Together with the Russian propaganda they are trying to impose to us now. What I want to draw your attention to, I am a resident of Priazovia. We are all coming from same dialect of Rumey language. When my father went to school, he spoke Russian language very badly. That was the language of communication at that time. Then they all spoke Rumey language. That was the language of their generation. Many schools in Donetsk Oblast, there were people and children who spoke Russian language very poorly. Hence the question. I will now open the topic for discussion. You, as scholars, tell me your opinion. In some communities, at the level of customs and traditions, they preserved the niche of spouses. If you are a Rumey, you must marry a Rumey woman. And in their family, when father and son speak the same language, it comes to the son's children, to next generation. The Azov Greek custom was lost. The Azov Greek could make mixed marriages with Ukrainians, with Russians, with Germans, Bulgarians, and these marriages were mixed. The question is whether we have lost the moment when one should have preserved at the level of cultural customs and traditions to preserve Rumey language. I hear a lot now The Federation has not done everything properly to teach Rumei and the Rum language. You could teach it more optionally, but there was no demand. And they didn't have it in every village. They could do it without federation. My question is, maybe it was in this sense. We lost something that should be renewed now. New mechanisms should be elaborated, how to renew it. Thank you very much. Being a specialist on Greeks, I will be first to answer. We are all adult people, and we are up to serious conversation. Mariupol Greeks is quite small community, and they had inner marriages traditions up to the period of collectivization. That was happening not only because of preservation of language. I will tell it as a secret. It's written in my books. Greeks in 1925, when classes of Greek language were open, parents were writing applications to schools that they don't want their children to study in their language. At that time, only fathers could write an application. Women did not have this right here. For 5 or 6 years, they resisted introduction of the Soviet National School. They knew that it is destined. They wanted better future for their children. They wanted their children to be integrated in Greek society. They had their own small, close society. They have many businessmen. They had very many interesting things, but that was a close community, was stagnating socially. By 95%, they were rural, they were peasants. And there was no way to move further. When collective farms being formed, their land was taken, brought together into collective farms. Then mixed marriages started. Because previously marriage depended very much on ownership of the land and giving it to your son's family. So mixed marriages started. And it was not so much customs and traditions, but the land ownership was the basis. If we want to put Greeks into kind of reservations, forcing them to marry, not because of love, modern understanding of what marriage should be like, and how to bring up children, that they become real citizens of a modern world, knowing many languages, multilingual traditions and language. It's not what is developed within reservation. In reservation, you develop only stagnation and degradation, lack of economic development. Look at modern Middle East. In reservation, there's collective absence of subjectiveness. And manipulators, terrorists in particular, can rule them and grow the communities where people are ready to make terrorist acts and kill themselves. Greeks have never stayed in reservation. Otherwise, there would not be colonization of the Azov area, Black Sea area, and ancient Greek civilization would not originate civilization in territory of Greek diaspora would not be the biggest in the world. Before reform of 1970 in Greek, they would not have more than 70 languages in the islands, a number of dialects the world over. What we now perceive as attack at so-called tradition, that's what same that Russians are doing. Give us traditions. All the world can die, but We want our traditions, what was in the 13th century, and the Tsar, who is our father. Identity in modern world could not be forcefully connected or imposed on you in a free state. That happens only in totalitarian state, in where despotism rules. Ukrainian population as polyethnic, they don't see their future in despotism and totalitarian regime. For that, we are bleeding now and fighting, and to build a small community inside. Greek reservation, Hungarian reservation, Bulgarian reservation is the road to nowhere. Coming back to adult conversation in the modern world, advanced state can provide support to communities, helping them to preserve their traditions, but to modernize communities. Communities should be integrated in political lives. They should become subjects of political life, collective subjects. And for that, they have national organizations, many organizations.
I'll tell you another secret. Ukraine is number one in terms of national organizations, despite the fact that for 30 years we've been living in the discourse that there are only Ukrainians and Russians living in Ukraine. And as a researcher of modern history, I would say that the number and the lengthy history of very active participation, positive, substantial ethnocultural activity, well, hardly any, and not even any country of the Western Europe has that kind of activities. So many courses of the national languages, Sunday schools, courses of schools that were studied in the extracurricular form, in higher educational institutions, in all national language. Of course, Russians were number one, but still, all the realities and the countries and the diasporas, none of the post-Soviet countries had anything like that, or any of the European countries. Before the full-scale aggression, our country was an oasis, practicing polyculturality, true polyculturality in the world, even though it was politically suppressed by this Russian issue, this endless imposition of the context where there is only a struggle between Ukrainians and Russians and nothing else, and Banderas, and nothing else. Obviously, in order to achieve that level of understanding by all communities and self-realization in the world, by the Ukrainians, by the Greeks, we still had to, we would have needed another 15 or 20 years at that pace. But war has changed our direction. It made us all face the issue whether we should preserve traditions, and it was pushed away to the back of the agenda. Our task now is to survive and to be reborn for the new and modern life, where the marriages are conscious, parenthood, where they would understand that the children have to speak both the language of the father and the mother and speak them freely, even if the mother is Ukrainian, so that these languages and these people could become the full-fledged citizens of the modern world. But it's up to you to live to choose where you want to live, in the world or in a ghetto.
Дуже правильно, я трошки про інше хотів заакцентувати увагу, і саме на
I
збереження
wanted to emphasize on a slightly different thing, as for instance, the preservation of Romani language. Armenian diaspora, our brothers Armenians, there's 2.5 million of them in Armenia and 15 million of them all over the world. However, for 2 generations now, 2 generations are not being born in Armenia. 2 generations, and the current modern generation is studying in the new Ukrainian school. But at their age of 5 or 10, they still speak Armenian. This is what I wanted to say. Armenians have been living next to us for many, many years. And the majority of their families have preserved just that. So their language is developing, it's progressing, and those 15 million who are living all over the world, they speak exclusively their own language. They have not been born in Armenia. They were born, it's the second generation that was born all over the world. This is what I wanted to say. How do we focus through such tools, through such vision? How can we focus on the preservation of Romanian Rum languages? The ethnocultural potential of the 15 million community which speaks modern literary Armenian language is one thing. The efforts of ethnocultural efforts of 5,000 carriers of the dialects, the example of which you are, is incomparable with the potential of a 15 million community. The Ukrainian and Mariupol Greeks and their 10 languages against the background of the existing demotics, which is the codified Koine of the modern Greece, and the ancient Greek language has one task, the survival of the language, its codification and its transfer, codification through scientific tools and its preservation. But again, owing to the Soviet authorities, this is an extinct language because it was being destroyed not only by the Russification, but also by the enrooting of the local schools, because these schools were not even perceived in the academic environment as languages, only as lingos that are assimilated by the demotiki, the language that is being generated in Greece, the language that operates other senses, other cultural context, because what a Greek thinks in Greece and what a Mariupol Greek thinks in Staromliniv are incomparable worlds, and they cannot often speak one language. Because language is not just words, it's the whole senses. This is whole space. So generating space with 5,000 community, which consists of mostly villagers with secondary education, is impossible. At the moment, we can only take care that it can be conserved, preserved, and by increasing the number of the Greeks, by giving them the new tools, by enhancing the level of their elites, the educational level of their elites, so that it was possible to launch the internal mechanisms of modernization of their languages. And this is what the Soviet power was destroying all of these years. And if that fantastic operation could be performed, then we would have yet another phenomenon of the rebirth of a language that was considered almost extinct, and the transformation thereof into the existing operating system, similar to what happened with Hebrew. And again, for Hebrew, nothing prevented it from reviving as the language of daily life. And it was essentially an extinct language, and nothing prevented the Jews who had mixed marriages to speak that very language, to make it a state language, to make their state recognized in the world, to make it a literary language, to receive Nobel Prizes in literature, and so on. This is the problem of upbringing of a child from an inter-ethnic marriage, which is what Larissa said. And this child should know all languages of her and of their ancestors. As a person with different bloods, I am sorry that I still don't know the languages that my ancestors spoke, like Lithuanian, because I don't care. Because I care what language my great-grandmother spoke. This is a problem of upbringing. And this is the problem of liberty, to bring up our child, someone's child, as polycultural and opening the windows to different worlds. We have to be different. We have to respect our nationality, all of our bloods that are in us. And this is the problem. And not choosing certain marriages or getting conserved in something. No, that is not the way to go. The way to go is liberty, upbringing, and self-respect. Thank you.
Вибачте, мені тут показують, що нам потрібно вже завершувати. І я
I'm getting
нагадаю,
indications that we need to wrap up, and I would like to remind you that the language problem will be discussed at another panel. And we still have two more questions. Okay, I'm Igor Losovsky, Deputy Chief. Unfortunately, he's hardly using a mic. So my proposal is this. It's a very interesting idea. I wouldn't say I'm deeply familiar with the ideas of Timothy Schneider, but again, I read about this and I heard this at one of the talk shows, and he suggested that specifically, the transformation of the rethinking of the Ukrainian history. And if most of the historians of Ukraine could support that idea, our service can help. We are officials. We are not deep experts in all of those things. But we perceive the thoughts, we perceive the ideas, and we can separately discuss some thoughts and ideas and discuss that. Thank you. The mic, unfortunately, is not used. Let's keep the pace. Okay, I'll introduce myself, Maxim Ali, the professor of Department of National History Department of Kyiv Aviation University. As to Romei origin, my mother and both mother and father are Greek, and I'd like to defend the situation, because your point that there are different languages between the Greeks living in Greece and Greeks living in a Greek village in Ukraine or in Mariupol. Well, thanks to the Federation of the Greek communities of Ukraine, I visited Greece back in my school years, back in the Soviet times for the first time. It really helped build the Greek identity, because you come to the museum with the remnants of Philip II, father of the Alexander of Macedonia, and you get to know what kind of culture you are part of, and it really shapes you up. It really shapes your ethnic identity. And we can speak a lot about identity. I've been working about this for a long time. When I was 15, there was another visit. We lived in Tinos for a month. we were taken to the Greek villages, and I felt, like in Malanisol or in Chardakli, same music, same songs, very similar. And by the way, that's where I started studying Greek language properly. Back in '89, I started understanding my parents, and they were switching to Romay because they didn't want the children to understand, but I began to understand them. And this language became extinct. You're historians, if we're speaking in adult way, languages disappear every year, and there are some objective reasons for that. There's thousands of them. And this language was disappearing in front of my eyes. When I was visiting as a boy, for the agrarian season, we had to help the parents. They had to survive because they were teachers at universities. So everybody spoke Romay there, all the elder generation. And in my eyes, in front of my eyes, I was visiting as long as it was necessary. This language became extinct among young people, for instance. Stepan, but can you speak Romay fluently? Really? I'm also trying to, to get my kid to understand that he's a Greek. But still, all of those processes of Russification, Ukrainization, they are absorbing the small ethnoses. So in your answer, in your comparison with Greece, there is a metropoly, and there are 20 villages here. And Sartana and Chertakli may not even understand each other, not even talking about the room differences. So preserving culture, yes. Language, as much as we can, yes. But still, I disagree that the new Greek, well, we're practical people, you said. And of course, if we study Romay, if your village speaks. Okay, Maxim, you gave us the trend towards the discussion for the second panel. I think so too. That's why I thought that maybe I need to hold off my comments till then. No, that's not what I said. The more languages you know, the more you live, yes. Okay, I would object with the words of your paternal uncle, Represariali, who was introducing the in-routing of the Azov region's Greek schools, who was shot in spring of 1939, as your father knew, who was the first founder of this. You know my family so well. I know Savoy very well because I really studied him, and the wife of his friend was Jewish. He did not choose his wives for ethnicity. And the first one was a dedicated communist, so that was... They didn't think about that category in their marriage. So he was verbalizing that very concept. And this is why he was shot, because it turned out, interestingly, that no matter how much you force and explain to the local Greeks that demotiki is our everything, again, demotiki was different back then, but without the integration in the linguistic context, without half a year of life in Greece, like you had, everybody has to have that. All local Greeks have to have that. They have to spend half a year in Greece to make sure their language really becomes a live spoken language. I did not say that the local languages are dying and everything. I was saying a totally different thing. You interpreted my words differently. I will repeat myself. The languages of the Ukrainian Greeks, it will be decided by the Ukrainian Greeks and without the intervention of the Soviet power. Those who were giving a stake, putting their stakes at the modern Greece, they will be learning Demotic and they will be focusing on Demotic. Those who want to preserve their local languages will try to instill that in their children. And if only those who preserve all cultural worlds will be able to preserve all of them, but it will not be something that the state can do or the academics can do. This is something that only you can do. Thank you. Thank you. Coffee break.
Добре, колеги, можемо починати, да?
Okay, colleagues, I think technically everybody is ready. This is our second panel. The fantastic task to preserve languages of Greeks of Ukraine, Rum and Romania. It's called Problems of Preservation of National Identity of Romania and Rum. I am deputy head of the Federation of Greeks on Education, and I have very interesting panelists who have expertise on preservation of languages, and they will share their practical cases, and together we shall try to find a solution how to preserve our languages. We also have online speakers. Later I will introduce them. This panel will be divided into two parts. First, we'll have brief presentations of the speakers. They will put us deep into the problem, and then we have debate part. If you have questions, you will ask them. First, I want to give the floor to Alexander Rybalka, language activist, head of the board of Azov Greeks, Urums and Rumei organization. He will make a historic background in his presentation. Thank you. Can you show my presentation?
Дякую. Так, я зрозумів. Дякую. Перепрошую.
I apologize, these are technical issues. Having so little time, it's very difficult to make recommendations or give advice. Just a brief review. If you look at ethnographic map of Ukraine and the list of national minorities and which place Greek take, Greeks live in Donetsk region only, but we know that different groups of Greeks live in different parts of Ukraine. But in the map, only Donetsk region is marked. These are North Azov Greeks, Greeks who are the biggest part of Greeks in Ukraine. What is unique about them? My opinion is that they are a distinguished ethnic group. In the Middle Ages, they were settled in Crimea, and their language was developed in Crimea. And then they were forcefully moved to Azov area and brought there their culture and languages. You see the first settlements that they Greek Christians were moved from Crimea. And then you see a map of Azov area where they settled later. No, it's the wrong slide. That's the modern map where settlements inhabited by Greeks in North Azov. It's like Fabergé work. Romanian has 5 dialects. Urum has several dialects. They're all mixed without any logics. To preserve languages in the future, at least to try or to facilitate preservation of identity of North Azov Greeks as a separate ethnic group. Well, previously that was only my idea, but now I found people who have the same position that I have. Valery Tomazov said, what I say will not be popular. But this is my idea. I think that the North Greeks that should be recognized as a separate ethnic group. There are Crimean Tatars, there are other Tatars. Talking about Crimean Tatars, it's important to say Crimean Tatars, not Kazan Tatars. Same with Greeks or Armenians that moved to Rostov Oblast together with Greek. They call themselves Nakhichevan Armenians or Don Armenians. For them, it's also important that call themselves the Don Armenians. We should recognize one name, recognize them as a separate ethnical group, to review the possibility of providing them the status of indigenous people to North Azov Greeks, and establish commemoration dates for the remembrance of their history. For Crimean Tatars, there is the deportation. There is language of Crimean Tatar language. Krimchak also have a sad day where they commemorate their tragedy. Same could be introduced for Greeks. 8th of August, Day of Commemoration of Victims of Forceful Settlement Crimean Christians in the 18th century. And 15th of December, Day of Commemoration of Victims of Greek Operation of Security Services in 1937-38. And then my last item of the plan, to complete the process of returning historical names, not Kremenivka village, but Chertakli, Rozdolne, but historically it was Karakuba, etc. I cannot switch slides. Now it's okay. As regards languages, for me, what was always important, that two idioms, Urum and Rumei languages, they believed as languages, but not dialects. Discussions like that go on all the time. If they think that it is just a dialect of the Greek language, then Urum language will be of Crimean, dialect of Crimean Tatar language. We believe that they are separate language, Rumei and Urum languages. And I think the process of recognizing them as distinguishing languages should be finalized. We should have their written language established and approve their alphabets. We must make codification of both languages, grammatic and phonetic rules, development of Ukrainian language training materials. We don't have a textbook of Rumei language written by Ukrainians. The only dictionary written by Harkovets from Kazakhstan, and Maria Smolina from St. Petersburg, which was Russian language textbook. You should write a new dictionary with Ukrainian translation. The question is, who will do it? They also suggest to approve commemoration days of Rum and Rumei language, maybe on the day of native languages, to celebrate it, to commemorate these languages, to make some positive events, to popularize them, to organize festival of these languages. What is also important, to develop training materials and publish literature in their languages. People of my age remember we used to have state publishing house in languages and literature of national minorities, a special publishing house, and they published books in Urum Rumei language. I have them at home. Now this publishing house is eliminated, and the commercial publishing house don't do it because we don't have such money, and we don't have time to explain to them what is Romanian language. They confuse it with Romanian. It's brief. I try to come to the end and provide the structure and logical plan. We prepared an open letter where all these ideas are prescribed. This letter is publicized on our Facebook pages. We brought several copies, printed copies. If you wish, we can provide them to you. This is the example of the books. What were the differences? Some religious books were published in Greek letters. Nearby there is a poem of Victor Baratan, our famous poet. It is called Urumlar, but it doesn't have letters. They don't have umlauts. And the last version, how Urum texts could be written in Cyrillic and Latin alphabet. But even this option is not suitable. I think a Russian Cyrillic alphabet should be replaced by Ukrainian Cyrillic alphabet. Same is true regarding Romanian language. What Larissa said. In the 1930s, they were imposing demotic textbooks. In the first pictures you can see it. Second, Romanian alphabet, how they write text based on Russian Cyrillic alphabet, and the last picture, the version that we suggest. How you can restore Romanian text in Greek letters and in Ukrainian Cyrillic alphabet. Next, preservation of cultural heritage. What is important? To open museum exposition in Kyiv, the permanently functioning museum exposition, to demonstrate who Azov Greeks are, to publicize or to publish archive materials from different types, not those which are in private collection, like Olimpiada Kachirova has, but Kaidai archives, how to publicize them, how to publish them. There are records from ensemble in the radio. You must buy it out. First, you must have money to buy it, but you must have the copyright to publicize them. You should put into order and publish anthology of the works of North Greek authors in Urum and Romanian languages that should be written in the language and the alphabet approved by Cabinet of Ministers. I like educational campaigns conducted by Crimean Tatars, city lights, banners, events. They had Crimean Tatar banners on different events. We don't have the flag, but we can collect money and put a city light in the metro station describing our people. And last but not least, monitoring of losses of cultural and spiritual heritage. Important is also to cooperate with our friends. Here you see musicians. None of them is North Azov Greeks, but they played it for us. And this music became a part of Ukrainian context. When Ukrainians were playing Ukrainian and Jewish music, but they played the music of North Azov Greeks. And people say, oh, it's so good, so beautiful. Technical team, can you demonstrate it?
Це, власне, було от після запису на студії звукозапису мелодії до наших абеток.
This is the melody recorded to our ABC books.
Щиро дякую. Я просто не хочу забрати час.
Thank you very
Це,
much.
скажімо,
And very last,
останній опит, досвід, це ми
experience.
нашу музику на такий ресурс, називається Bandcamp. І ми там
We
виклали
have
ту музику, яку ми
Bandcamp
записали,
resource where we place our music, tunes of the North Azovian Greeks. We ordered design for these albums, and on this Bandcamp.com we have several albums, and people from all over the world can know the tunes of North Azovian Greeks, and the text is written in English. Can you show, press the last one, just 2 seconds. No time.
Все, щиро дякую. Дуже вам дякую.
Thank you very much. That was example of this tune. Fourth ensemble played it in Mariupol. Thank you very much for your attention.
Дякуємо, пане Олександре. Я хочу декілька
Thank you, Alexander. Just a few brief remarks for general understanding, because people hear Azov Greeks, North Azov Greeks. Among Greek communities, we don't have clear definitions, Azov Greeks and North Azov Greeks. They're actually same Greeks, Urum and Rumei. You yourself made this decision, but I want people to understand it. One more remark. As regards the books that you mentioned, we have museum exposition in this building. Association Greek communities put them in the nearby hall, and you offer to make permanent exposition. I will tell you from Federation, it would be good to make a musical exposition from all Greeks, at least in big cities of Ukraine, or in the cities where there is the biggest Greek community. Now I want to give the floor to online presenters. Technical team, please. Yuria Labetska will speak about my language, how it is popularized. She's candidate of sciences. She used to work in Mariupol University, but because of the war she moved to Kyiv. So Yulia, the floor is yours. Please show my presentation on the screen. PowerPoint.
Пані Юля, можете її поширити?
Can you share it? You must share it first.
Видно?
Поки що ні.
Not
О,
so
видно,
far.
так.
Okay, now we can see this.
Отже, добрий день, шановні колеги,
Here
шановні
we are.
товариства.
Good day, dear colleagues, dear friends. I represent the
Хочу розповісти про проєкт, яким я наразі опікуюсь.
Ethnopolitical University, and I would like to say a few words about the project I'm taking care of, I'm managing, and which is aimed at preservation of national identity of Roma. And my academic research is related to the to study of Roma language, which can be closely related to the Greek language. And most of the Azov region Greeks are in the conditions of occupation. Blue color shows occupied territories and occupied settlements, and the red ones are in the territory of Ukraine. And now the situation is becoming critical.
Війни, що триває, вимагає цілеспрямованих заходів для збереження мов румейської та урумської. Тут ми можемо
And current
побачити
conditions require greater examination of this, and we can see different publications in different languages which are showing that global media are also concerned about this. And what do we suggest? Given the situation, we need to urgently try to document the existing discourse of the Romei languages, but during the conflict, no proper field work is possible, so we need to collect the data from other sources. One of those initiatives was the document called Documenting and Preserving an Endangered Greek Variety of Ukraine, implemented with support of MSCA for Ukraine. And this is the program that is aimed at support of the Ukrainian academics who had to relocate with support of the European universities, or the leading universities in this. We're working with Skyrian University and
документування та збереження міноритарних мов. І метою нашого проєкту
their
є
leading center for documenting and preservation of extinct languages, and the goal is to document and to create a digital core of traditional Romei songs collected from different sources, including personal archives, and the digital core of songs will be hosted at the common platform of the Cyprus University Library, which will make the access to it easy for everyone interested. The tasks of the project are to transcribe every text of the song with the Ukrainian alphabet, the Greek alphabet, and an international phonetic alphabet, to try to translate it into Ukrainian, modern Greek, and English languages, to examine linguistic, stylistic, structural, typological characteristics of the text, and to provide the excerpt for every, an explanation for every song. What songs can be part of this?
Румейської пісні ще в нараз і Феоктиста Хартахая християнство в Криму.
And just the Hartahai song of the Romei song, which was first published in 1864. The digital core of Romei songs includes also the machine recorded compendium of songs from Romei village of Makedonivka, recorded by Cassandra Costan in 1928. And then starting from 1930s until 2000s, early 21st century, the songs, Romei songs, were published by different collectors and enthusiasts. And of course, at the moment, some online resources are containing some of this.
Ну, і теж я повторюся, звичайно, не знала презентацію Олександра. Складнощі, які виникають при
complexities that are encountered during the processing of this is the absence of the generally accepted writing system for Romei language. We can see 5 options. On the left is Greek phonemic writing, introduced in the 1930s, which is a simplified language. In the middle is the Ukrainian alphabet with certain Greek letters. And the dental signs are added, and this is the most widespread. Next is the most widespread option for our Romei literaries with this system. Below on the left is Latin alphabet with the addition of Greek letters indicated in the books of Apostolos Karkozilus, and it conveys the sound of Romei language. And on the right, in the bottom, we can see more traditional Greek orthography according to the rules of Greek traditional orthography, and we can see the diacritics there because no alphabet can fully reflect the sounds of Romani language. And of course, all of this needs to be unified and transferred in the transferable form and in understandable and form for Romania and for everyone interested. So here's another illustration of this phenomenon and this polyphonic nature of Romani. And this is Cassandra Costada's compendium, and we can see a mix of languages. On top is the description of what comes next. It's in Romanian, in Greek phonemic language. Lower on, we can see the dedication in Ukrainian, and Cassandra's signature is in Romani. And the name of this compendium is in Russian.
І тут ще додаю фотографії машинописних та рукописних
And these are the photographs of typed and handwritten songs received from Romania through electronic means by the Romanians who are residing on the occupied territories. Also, Biletsky system. And of course, when we receive those private materials, we need to have the confirmation from the person that the person gives their consent for the publication of these materials. And people in the occupied territories often don't even want to indicate their names. So this publication has certain issues in that sense. Another happy event is the return to the Ukrainian graphics starting from 2022. Poet and linguistic activist Mykola Akbash with the preservation of the and T combination, the combinations like in Biletsky system with parallel use of Greek alphabet and Ukrainian graphics. On the left is the Ukrainian version, on the right is the Greek alphabet with diacritics. And Mykola is among us today, by the way. I'm very happy. And this novel way of graphic representation of the Greek language was appeared by the Nova Azov Greek community who are now residing in different parts of Ukraine and overseas, and so using this codification of Romani letters instead of the Russian language, they're emphasizing their national belonging and demonstrate their origin. And we will use this method of transcription to record further songs. Next is the example of explanation for every song, with writings, with explanations. And then moving on to conclusions, I may say that our core of the traditional Romani songs consists of 150 texts from different locations and that represent different dialects, historical periods. Romani songs today are songs that were published before or distributed orally. That is why it's so important to think through this. Taking into account the multilingual nature of the carriers of the Romani language and multigraphic phenomena, we want to preserve the transcriptions of texts in the case of the use of Cyrillics, and we're transcribing the Ukrainian alphabet. With the Ukrainian alphabet, the texts that were spelled in phonemic Greek language. And by way of summary, we hope that the digital core of Rome songs has the potential to restore the language of Rome community under favorable conditions, and if activities are organized to increase awareness, to raise awareness to the of the immaterial legacy of Rome Greeks. Thank you.
Дякую за ваше дослідження.
Thank you for
Зараз я хочу
your
якраз
study.
передати слово
Now I'd like to
наступному
give floor to the next speaker, Suleiman Mahmutov. We already mentioned that the experience of Crimean Tatar community can also help us. Unfortunately, the war has also forced us to look into the preservation of language more closely, and that's why we've invited you to this panel so that you could share your experience. Suleiman Mahmutov, member of the Permanent Forum of Indigenous Peoples, expert in the development of the core of endangered languages of the indigenous peoples of Ukraine. Thank you very much. First of all, we would like to thank the organizers and everyone who joined this event. I would like to thank the speakers, very interesting presentations. If possible, please put up my presentation. I would like to share the experience, which is my own experience and the experience of my compatriots and co-thinkers as to how to preserve one of the elements of the language. This is my personal experience. I know that every experience is unique, but perhaps some elements of this experience would come in relevant for everyone. For the preservation of Romani and Durum languages. I started the first slide with reference to Volodymyr Sosura, the Ukrainian poet who said that the language is the soul of the nation, and the nation without the language is not a nation. I do not plan to argue with him during this discussion as to whether or not the language is an identity of the people, whether or not the nation can exist without the language. It's a long and interesting discussion, and we may agree that the language is a key factor of identity, and it often defines whether or not the nation has good chances to live into the future, to survive into the future. This is the screen from the Atlas of Languages. The world has approximately 8,324 languages. 7,000 are still considered live. A lot have been lost, and there are languages that we may not know about and that we may never learn about. And 600, less than 10% of the existing languages that are known, are considered to be relatively safe. Most often, the languages of indigenous peoples are endangered. These are the peoples who do not have the privilege of having their own state or maternal state, even if we speak about ethnic groups that are a minority, that are minorities in the languages where they live. I was trying to make a cloud of tags of why the language is becoming extinct. The most frequent reasons are globalization. Again, we may discuss all of that, and we know that this is domination of larger languages, stigmatization. When you're thinking, well, why would I speak that? Oh, by the way, the example of stigmatization is even present around Ukrainian language, because I was very curious to see. I came as a student from the Crimea to Kyiv to study, and I could see many cases where people who were Ukrainian speakers from birth, in the third year of study would switch to Russian, and this is an interesting example of stigmatization. Colonial legacy syndromes, again, a very big discussion. Forced resettlement, and this is the example of the Crimean Tatars and many other nations in different languages. The disruption of ties between generations is one of the most cited examples of why the languages are getting extinct. I observed that when I was working at the Mariupol district for a while, and I was visiting villages of Azov region Greeks. And I could also see the situations where young people didn't speak the language, but would say that grandfathers and grandmothers used to speak this, but they didn't give it to us. They didn't transfer this language to us. And it was curious to see how that happens. In order to restore the language, first, it's important to know why we're losing it or why we've almost lost it. I didn't take this from any academic paper, but I believe that language becomes extinct when the language infrastructure is disappearing. It's a very comprehensive concept. It consists of multiple elements, just like any system, and it may live in several dimensions. And I was thinking about this because I was curious. And Surgu, the deportation of 1944 has been an example of how you can destroy linguistic infrastructure within a few days and to lay the foundations for the disappearance of the language. What does this consist of? What levels? This may be lack of stimulation, lack of economic stimuli, a lack of status, of the ability to gain some status if you speak a certain language. This may be happening because the community that lives nearby, one way or another, is going through the whole thing. From birth to death, you're in your linguistic infrastructure and you don't need any additional efforts to study a language. Additional efforts are a separate thing. And I was thinking about that because if you have insufficient support of the language, when the language doesn't live by itself, you always need to take additional efforts. I need to speak 3 languages every day. In Ukrainian, in English, and Crimean Tatar with my daughter at home. And additional efforts, I think it's human nature that people are a little bit lazy and nobody wants to take those additional efforts. When you don't have that infrastructure, when you don't have economic stimuli, when you don't have any possibility. We all study English language because we know that it will give us certain advantages in employment. Would we have such advantages if we learned the Crimean Tatar language? Well, maybe it was only a few years before occupation, or where the media started being reborn. Before that, it was just the matter of willpower. If you speak, if you can speak, speak. If not, then it's a problem. The territory. Territory is not important by itself for the language, but it is very important for the language to dominate at least at a small part of the territory. If it doesn't have that possibility, the language becomes extinct. Again, I started thinking about this, how that things. If my neighbor, if my work colleague, if nobody speaks that language, then we don't have the territory, we don't have the space where we can exchange that. And as I thought about this experience of mine, is that it was so nice when I could come to a shop in a street where Crimean Tatars used to live, and they could buy something in my native language. And this is one of the examples how a small area may be the space where the language lives. It's a rule. And I expect it was the same for the Azov region Greeks, where a language was existent in a certain part of the territory, even after the loss of the native land. And there's an interesting correlation between the number of speakers and territoriality. Why am I saying that this is not always super important? Because some remote village, well, the presence of 500 speakers may be something helping to to preserve the language, and not in the urban infrastructure where they cannot exchange this experience, as opposed to the urban infrastructure where they cannot exchange this experience. So I was talking about economics, about theater, about business, watch films. Dubbing and subtitling is also something I was thinking about based on my own experience, because from the age of 3, my daughter started asking, why aren't her favorite cartoons are not available in Crimean Tatar language, why she has to watch them in English or Ukrainian, and they cannot go to her with a movie theater and show her the cartoon that she likes, and not the one that we managed to translate into a native language. And I already mentioned the additional efforts. So let's move on to the rules of preservation. They can be different as well. It's very hard to systematize them. But of course, one of the first ones is documenting and registration. And it was a very interesting example with the previous speaker, where there is documentation in the form of a core. It really helps to preserve at least what is available now. And this is a certain baseline, a starting point, which can take you further. Classic theory tells us that the language has to have grammar, a vocabulary, and core. Orthographic rights are also a problem. We don't have that as Crimean Tatars. We're still in development. On one hand, it's a limitation. On the other hand, it's not an absolute limitation. You can still record and create the core. Educational programs, educational ecosystems are super important today, and there are situations where you allegedly have the people who would study the native language, and there are even textbooks, but textbooks start from the 5th grade, and grades 1 to 5 are just a gap. And if parents don't speak, kids cannot fill this gap by themselves. Educational infrastructure are the best example, and the teachers are the best example. If there are no teachers, there's no way we can build this academic infrastructure. And it's important to have it from zero, from preschool all the way through to the university, ideally, so that you could study it. And the community, this is what I mentioned. Functioning of the language in a certain territory, in a certain community, with language schools, with festivals, where there are media, where you can read the news, not in Ukrainian or in English, but where you can read this in your own language. And I'm very grateful to our media that I still have the chance to wake up in the morning and to read the news. It's a slightly different experience, really. The history, of course, the core history started in 2014. And this core, well, the process was going very slowly because it was based purely on volunteering basis. Those who could join in the process, they were scanning the texts, and the team was very changeable until those events coincided. And I wanted to speak about the importance of this symbiosis, advocacy at the level of state policies, volunteering, and donor support. And it seemed to me that in the case of the Crimean Tatar language core, it played a decisive role because the symbiosis happened. There were volunteers, but there was no constant work. And since 2020, since we started this volunteer corps, we're taking this and we're referring to the state policy, and we're saying, well, we're planning the development concept of the Crimean Tatar language. There's a strategy and there's a core that is envisaged there. And without the core, we cannot preserve what we have. So it's very important for the donors as well, because the donors usually, let's be fair, they like to preserve what the government likes and what the government agrees to support in the future going forward, so that it's a systemic, sustainable thing. If they don't have that, you would hardly be able to convince them. So all of these factors have played a part in the form of volunteers. And I would like to thank everyone, Minister of Integration. Nobody thought about this, but I would like to thank everyone who had, because this really played a role. And when I was making applications, I was referring to all of those policies and everything, and same thing happened during the negotiations. The core is a compendium of texts in the same language for examination and analysis. We can have a core of one language or a parallel core. It is very important because you can collect different sources, different literature, publicistic papers, academic works, magazines, even some conversations, any language style you collect and you put it into a common core. And when you have this core, it still works. It gives you examples of languages and trains artificial intelligence models. What does the core of one language contain? Good examples from the vocabulary, where you can make illustrative examples of how the word is used in any context. Same thing goes with concordance, same usage of language. The homonyms, and it gives a chance to study different authors, how they are using certain words.
They gave the push to Crimean Tatar language. You take Robinson Crusoe book in English and translation Crimean Tatar. You compare row by row, and all that is included into the base, because this is the first step to make the vocabulary, the translating mechanism. And the Google instrument used our parallel core to train further use of this instrument. Study of translation. For linguists, it's a very powerful source of research. Technical basis, sketch engine instrument, very important for creating the core of the language. It has been adapted for Crimean Tatar language. Now it contains more than 160 languages. If you remember, I mentioned initially 600 languages that are in relative security because they have the core language and they are more or less protected. What we managed to do in the national core, 70,000 pages, we used more than 900 sources. Many of them were received from occupied territories. We asked people to scan these materials and send to us. That helped us to make Google Translate in Crimean Tatar language. And they have also very old archive texts from old newspaper. One of the most ancient sample of the language from 1883. In parallel with that, we started a discourse among young people in online network. Why language is important, whether they want to preserve their language, and what language means to them. we discussed it publicly. I was saying what language is for me, what is for other activists. Last but not least, my conclusion. From this symbiosis that I mentioned, combination of state policy, efforts of state authorities and volunteers, in numerous ethnic groups, there are many questions that people do not have the common opinion. We have absolute unity that language is in a poor condition. Our language should be rescued. No matter for whom you voted, whom you support, what you think about Crimea and its future, that was an axiom. We must rescue the language, and that probably helped. Different people got united. We must study what is the situation with the language that you want to present today. What is in the world? What resources are available? Education, media, volunteers, where from you will get the materials to document them. Planning doesn't work always. We first wished one language core, but then we used it parallel language, and they complement each other very well. And this is a message to all international partners and donors. In order to preserve Urum and Rumey languages, without your support, without support not only state but donors, you can hardly achieve the result. Volunteers can work actively, but it will be a very lengthy process. It will last for 10 years. And having funds, you can do it for a year and a half. These components are extremely important. Thank you very much again. Thank you, Suleiman.
Так, дуже коротко буду просити пані
Now
Мавілія
I will
Халіловну.
ask Mira Khalilova to speak very briefly. She is a journalist, she studied identity matters, and she is a psychologist. She can speak about trauma deportation as well. This is also a very important issue, how to communicate it correctly. Thank you. Miraba, I welcome you all. First of all, thank you for the invitation. For us, it is extremely important to be a part of this event because I recollect what happened many years ago on YouTube. I saw a video made by Mr. Rybalko, Apollinaria, that is telling a legend in Rum language. And I thought, why is she speaking like my grandfather did? He is from Sudak in Crimea. They had very specific dialect. And when I heard her language in this video, it seems to me that it was something very close to me, just like my native language. I started studying Urum and Rumey history and language and made so many discoveries. I realized these are so many pages that we should open for ourselves and get to know. Before we as Crimean Tatars do not overcome the way we should answer our own questions, we can hardly help others. So we started from learning our own identity. Before this panel, we discussed it with Alexander. In fact, we go through very similar processes in developing our identity. Because identity, first of all, is the question answered, who am I? For centuries, we were under the impact of imposed history, how we were told to think about ourselves, but it turned out it's not always true. It's not how we feel ourselves inside in our heart. Within Crimean Tatar society, we started finding answer to the question who we are. And there is no final stop in that you cannot find the complete answer who we are, because we are also changing. Very important to study how identity of Crimean Tatars is changing, which components become more important, which are changed. When I start telling you about that, probably you understand something better about you yourself, and you will hear something that will become answer to your questions. The studies that we did in the recent time, they are not numerous. We cannot make numeric study. Most of Crimean Tatars live in occupied territories now. Therefore, what we did rather qualitative studies. But what they show to us, very brief data, the sources, I shall miss it. One of the major factors of identity is connection with your native land. Crimean Tatars keep it. We connect ourselves with Crimea, and we feel that we can be Crimean Tatars only in Crimea. It is very important in the recent times when identity is changing, is being transformed, we are now dispersed throughout the world. Important is to understand what is bringing all of us together. You as North Azov Greeks are thinking about what connects us all. You must find the points where you are connected. That will be the red line that will connect you all. For us, this is our native land. Wherever Crimean Tatars live, in America, Turkey, Europe, in the mainland, they speak about Crimea and live with the dream to come back home. This is the confirmation of these statements, historic memory. This is the picture of Rustem Uminov about deportation. Why we always mention deportation? That was the event that touched every Crimean Tatar family, that combines us all. This is an experience and every Crimean Tatar person. We didn't live through next 4 generations to forget it. We can hear testimony of people who lived through deportation, who are telling us live what they felt. And this is also a uniting factor. In the history of the Romania, you also have forceful deportation, a movement. More time passed in that. And this is the resettlement that was positioned differently as just resettlement or movement to rescue their lives. Now, when we are looking at all these events anew, we must create the new perception. Same happened with deportation. Many ideas of treason were imposed to us, and within our heart, we had to get assured that it's the wrong story. Language. Of course, language is important. Language is a very important factor of identity. Not the only one, but still significant. Very important is to preserve language, to decide which alphabet we use, how we write, how we keep dialects of our language, because it's also its diversity, its wealth. Here we keep same problem. Preservation of Romanian language, Crimean Tatar language, they're similar process. Important to do it in connection. Seems to me, language issue for Crimean Tatars is that we were taken away from very important heritage when change of writing from Arab to Latin to Cyrillic, we were moved away from our previous history. We had the state for 300 years. We had our literature, culture. We were torn away from all that. And important is to bring it back. It is somewhere in European libraries, in Turkish libraries, all that heritage is preserved. Important is to bring them back and restore them. I was asking Alexander, whether they have studies of Urum language. If there are books where you can collect all that into one core and rescue the language and give an impulse for young people that their identity is in the language, among other things.
Культурний код. Це таке дуже узагальнене
Cultural code. This is a very general concept that lays certain traditions that Crimean Tatars preserved, despite the fact that Crimean Tatars have assimilated to a great extent, but still they have the cultural code that is developed from childhood. When a child is growing in the language environment, then in the environment, certain habits, certain sayings, folk wisdoms, especially when they have a grandma and grandpa in the family, that forms certain customs, habits. This is a cultural code. It is very abstract, but on the other side, we perceive each other based on this cultural code. Is that your person or not? It is a cultural superstructure which we feel. It should be preserved as well. It seems to me when we are not in our environment, where community is not prevailing the majority, we are losing such metaphysical things, but still it's very important to understand them and try to preserve them. For Crimean Tatars, there could be coffee ceremony. If you come to visit someone, you will be served coffee. They didn't ask you whether you drink coffee or not. They can only ask with creams or without. All other things is a must. This is our cultural code. We did it for centuries and continue doing it. Religion. Why religions became an important factor? It helped us to get separated from those communities where we used to live. If we take Crimea, after the return, not to get assimilated in Crimean society where we were in minority, religious factor helped us not to get assimilated. I remember one of the travelers in Crimea, he said an interesting thing. What role was played by religion? The issue, nationality or ethnicity, was not used then, but he was saying when a person goes to the church, is a room, and when a person goes to mosque, this is Crimean Tatar. That's the way people differentiated Urums and Crimean Tatar. Now, this concept is more vague. Religious is less tradition, is not everyday practice. Sometimes religion is a dividing factor within society. But this is a part of identity. We cannot reject it. It plays a role. We must speak about that within Crimean Tatar society. This is in fact my last slide. The only thing that I want to add, that identity, the world that is suggesting to us think about it, answer to the question who you are. We are quite free on that. In democratic societies, identity is imposed to the last extent. Then when you live in a colony and there is a metropolis that imposes your identity. Now, despite difficult times that we are living through, it's important to ask the question, to provide answers to them, and move further together with the people who has given same answers to this question. That means that this is your community. It seems to me Ukrainian state facilitates these processes, And as we see from history of Crimean Tatars, great road of fighting that seemed that sometimes it doesn't bring results after return already, still brought to conclusions. Law on the indigenous people was adopted in Ukraine. There is a strategy for development of Crimean Tatar language. If they are mutually connected processes, if you as a subject declare your rights, the state should take that into account. This is the road when we are moving to meet each other. The state cannot walk through this road instead of us, and we cannot do it without the state. We can do it together, and I don't see other options. Having the experience that we have passed through, we are ready to share our experience. We are ready to support others because we used to get this kind of support from other people. I want to mention interesting things. Who were the popularizer of Crimean history? Oleksij Gaiveronsky, Valery Vazgry. Who popularized Crimean Tatar language? Alexander Goryanin. People who were not Crimean Tatars themselves, but they made a lot for us. They made huge work. Sometimes they did it instead of us. When we were just thinking how to survive, they were dealing with other issues, and we are very thankful to them for it. And our experience could be of any use to you. I emphasize that. So let us work together and think how we can help each other, because it seems to me that our ways are crossing. Thank you.
Так, дуже дякую. А зараз, до речі, ви
Thank you
дуже
very much.
влучно так зачепили тему культури.
You touched the issue of culture
Якраз зараз
quite correctly, because that helps preservation of language.
своїм дослідженням
Ola will tell us her story of development of theater, how the Azov Greeks were preserving their language. Ola is candidate to historical science, associate professor, Mariupol University. I'm very thankful to be a part of such important event.
У мене більше культурний аспект, але я буду намагатися говорити все ж
about cultural aspect more. All previous speakers impressed me very much, and I would immediately invite you tomorrow in Kyiv-Pechersk Monastery, 5 p.m. There will be exposition to Greek culture. I helped Mariupol Museum to organize this exposition, so I hope that you will continue today's discussion tomorrow when visiting this exposition. I studied theater of the Azov Greek, not Azov Greeks. This theater that I will describe is a good example how it helped to preserve language in extremely complicated conditions. At that time, there was Russification process, and then after Hellenization, the Hellenization process was renewed. Very important that Greek language is in the museum, at the theater. We had many Greek villages, but not all people knew Rum and Rumei language. For them, Russian language was more familiar. And when Greek theater was established, important was that the theater became close to people who lived in these areas, who lived in the villages, but at that time they performed in Russian or Ukrainian, but they first started performing in Greek. That was the only Greek state theater in the Soviet Union.
And nobody has even heard about this in Greece. Even Greece didn't have those such theaters. They were private theaters, but not the state theaters. And this theater is really unique. So I call on all of you to familiarize yourselves with this in more detail. The founder of the literature of Greeks of Ukraine started fighting to make sure that this theater becomes open. The theater had a lot of its problems. They were discussed in the newspapers because if there was an order to open an institution, then no salaries were accrued. It was just a result of enthusiasm, amateurs who came in to perform for the people from their hearts. And they were sewing the suits, the clothing with their money. They lived without salaries. It was an amateur case, really. But still the theater survived. But in the beginning, as you could see, there was a notice that there was people who know the national Greek dances, who play national instruments, that became those actors, and that really helped. There was Dilana Talanchi, Georgi Dagari. They were professional directors and actors, and everybody else were amateurs. This is the list, and the list got expanded, and this is what they said. It was very difficult to start this path, but still we managed. I also made several publications, and I was looking at those photographs bit by bit. This is 1932, and this is the performance that was created without any additional funding, just with the energy of the actors. And you can see that there are costumes here. There was a lot of feedback about that because it was demonstrated in different villages. Even in Kyiv, they were taking it to Crimea. And there was a lot of positive feedback because they could see that even though it was amateurs, but those people performed with such dedication, and the press kept supporting it, so the theater continued its life. Thanks to the amateurs, essentially. This is the Museum of Theatrical Art of Ukraine. But when professionals came in and when they saw that there is a lot of demand, then the theater became even more popular. It rose on its feet, and the previous speaker said that sometimes it is the people who are representing other nationalities are supporting the field. The only theatrical person who was there, she was Elena Karnaukhova. She knew Rum and Romei, and she was Ukrainian by origin, but nobody could think when she stepped out onto the stage that she was Ukrainian. By the way, she was the only one to survive because the theater actors, unfortunately, were all repressed. All of this was happening in the Winter Theater. Now we know that Mariupol is occupied, and there was a plaque on that building in the past because in this building, the first theater in Mariupol started its work. Vasily Valentyevich Shapovalov opened it, and while the building was renovated, Greek theater was performing around both in Mariupol and in nearby villages because everybody accepted it, knowing that there will be full house, there will be a lot of applause, and there will be a lot of support for it. There was a lot of demand for these performances because here you could really see the national languages, even though since 1935 there was an order to make sure there is no Russian language and no Ukrainian language, just the Greek language. So the actors were facing a big problem because they understood that people, non-speakers of Rum and Romei, are We're coming to the performances. Some villages knew Urum, some villages knew Rumei, and so they decided to create a koine language. The symbiosis, the simplification, so that all villages in Mariupol could understand them. They also were adding some interesting humor scenes. For example, as a wife is, beating her husband with a frying pan over his head, and there were all languages there: Rum, Rumei, Russian, whatnot. So they were close, given the national dance and given the fact that the theater often traveled. We could also say that those actors were prepared to translate the language, and it really is a unique example because it took a lot of energy to present all this to the viewer properly. And we could see that this was also presented in multiple languages, but we could see that repressions did not spare this theater. Unfortunately, it so happened that it was unexpected for all of them, that the theater suddenly became intermediate theater, that there are some falsifications happening, something wrong happening, something fishy, and they closed it in. Ludmila Karnaukhova, who was Ukrainian by nationality, she was trying to preserve the memory, the archive, but all of that was burnt down. And for me, as a historian, it really is one of the biggest losses, because I really wanted to look into those materials. While I knew that everyone is very tired, I was hoping not to take too much of your time, and this opinion that over 5 years of their foundation until the tragic death, this collective was the tribune of public thought, public opinion, because really you could hear the Greek language there, because people could come in and see their national dance. And thanks to what was happening further on, you could see that people were going home with those songs, with those dances, and they were trying to preserve it despite the prohibitions that came next. Okay, so this was about how culture helps preserve language. And even without the knowledge of Greek language, people were still going to see those performances and enjoyed a lot of demand. I'd like to give floor to our online speaker. I would like to ask technical support to support that. Irina Driga is the candidate of philosophy. Is Irina with us? And Dean of the Turkology Department of the Kyiv National University, named after Taras Shevchenko. She can actually move on to the discussion. We can support the discussion. We understand that we are taking a bit much of the time. Irina, welcome. Hello, I'd like to thank the organizers. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can see you. I wanted to hear about you about the possibilities of revitalization of Urum language. If you could tell us about 2 or 3 minutes. Yes, a lot of the things have been said. I was very happy to hear about the things that I was listening from Ms. Yuria Labetska, who is actually doing the same thing with the efforts of revitalization for Urum language, and it was very important to hear the presentation of Suleiman, who was speaking about documentalization, revitalization, and I am actually doing the scientific studies, academic studies. On one hand, the process of linguistic death, on the other hand, linguistic threat and endangerment. I remember when Maidan was standing in the tents, and I was doing the analysis, and there was a Crimean Tatar language and the other endangered languages of Ukraine. And since then, we're postulating the starting point for the successful rebirth and intergenerational transfer of language, there are four important conditions. First, adequate legislation, state language policy, a reasonable stage-by-stage planning of language revival, and we have very good experience of rebirth of languages like Karaim language in the territory of Lithuania, and this is our work as linguists, and proper stage-by-stage planning. It also requires proper economic resources and efforts of the international linguistic community, and then finally, probably most importantly, public interest of the whole society and support of the linguistic community. The linguists themselves or any country taken separately without the support, without the motivation of the community of speakers will never be able to revive the language. If one of those four pillars at different stages is absent or is insufficient, it is impossible to revive the language into active use. I'll be very brief and I will speak. Yeah, we can see your presentation. Congresses, books at the international level were dedicated to Turkic languages, and these events were held with the support of international structures, international community of the Caucasus University. You know that the Caucasus has great linguistic diversity, including with Turkic languages. The Turkic languages of Ukraine Congress was also established by Taras Shevchenko University, etc. Let's not take too much of your time. I'll be very brief about the problems that we faced when we were studying Rum language. I am originally from there, close to you, and my father is from the other side of the Vovcha River, in the settlements that existed since the 17th, 18th centuries, and which are under fire of the occupiers. And when I was there with studies since 2005, 2006, 2007, we were first visiting with the delegations of the Turkish scientists, Gazi University, which is a university that specializes in Turkic languages in former Soviet Union. And a serious collection of ethnographic and material was collected, and these materials are now in Ankara and is not used very actively. And another good active linguistic expedition for the upfront recording of the language up to the complex texts from what is South Korean Linguistic Society, which was recording the frontal recording of these dialects. As to the dialect basis, as to dialects or non-dialects, I think there's a lot of discussion about that. I think we all know the names. I don't think we need to speak about that. But again, if we're talking about the contribution of this information, international promotion of Rum and Rumei languages as endangered languages, we are facing a big problem that a lot of languages are endangered, and it's about the total number of Greeks, the Greeks of Ukraine, Greeks of Georgia, of Turkey. The figures are huge. The number looks big. And at the same time, it is clear that the Atlas is supporting a lot of iteration from the standpoint of linguistic support, which is not as happy, does not give us happy a picture. And there's a seriously endangered situation, and once again, it's at the dead stage, particularly with Kipchak dialects. Particularly at the time when we were working back there in the villages. I would like to offer a proposal for the re-establishment of contacts with the institutions that are currently, because we have access to compact community of speakers, which is because of multiple disruptions and the countries. I would say if we could have institutional cooperation with the ethnographic studies of the University of Ankara and South Korean Linguistic Society, and so that we could use this data. These are the data that we have ourselves, and we would like to benefit from using that data, and they have the right to do so. Moreover, this data was subject to examination in this course. Turkic languages of Ukraine, endangered languages, so we are focusing on different projects with focus on Rum language, on the studies. There are special class hours dedicated to the study of that language, and I think you know many of those people who were our key respondents who gave us linguistic data. What other proposals? Let me move on because the time is very short. First of all, in the previous language parts, we could see that in the past years we were working with Crimean Tatar community, and this is something we prepared for the European lines, European textbooks and workbooks for the study of native language similar to what was done for Crimean Tatars. For example, the linguistic capacities in Urum does not allow them to study this and to teach this language as first language. We basically have to teach this as second language, starting from the alphabet from scratch. And the available textbooks and attempts that are done for Crimean Tatar languages were taken by experts who studied in the Soviet Union, in pedagogical universities, who didn't have the methodology for creating the methodology for Turkic languages. So their textbooks are focused on Indo-European system of languages, and the possession of the methodology of the process of delivery of material, complication of material, the way it is done in the Turkic languages is different in principle. I used to teach Urum language at the existing textbook. It doesn't work that way. Why is it not work that way? Because it takes, totally different sequence of presentation. For Urum, it may be so for Turkic languages, but not so for Urum languages. And Alexander mentioned that there is a lot of this for the Turkic families, for the Greek systemic Urum written legacy. We need to introduce that. We need to introduce it in the international context. A lot of these sources were from Vienna, from Istanbul, and this mass, we need to keep identifying that, to keep publishing and printing it and printing these texts. In order to make sure that those studies continue, they have to be allotted into a separate language, into Turkic language philology, because Turkic language was like an additional complementary language to Greek studies, to Greek philology, and moving it out of that package and make it a regular study package for comparative studies against the background of amalgamation of motivation of the community that supports this. It is extremely important to have the support of linguistic community that will want to study Urum language and, for example, create the same line of textbooks is impossible without the feedback from a language speakers. It has to be only done about the community, about the residents of the community, then the system would work.
And last but not least, proposal regarding the course, the texts you know very well, in order the parallel text start working, you need at least basis of million tokens for Rum language. Same as for Crimean Tatars, it's difficult to achieve. For Rum, it's impossible to achieve. So if possible for Rum language, we start creating parallel material. But my proposal is it's early to talk about focus of the language. First, we must try to document the language and make focus at international repositories with open access. Well, I forced to interrupt you. Thank you very much, Irina. It was very interesting. Very last possibility for foreign speaker, Maria Elena, professor of Byzantine and Greek studies.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for this opportunity you give me to, participate in this very interesting panel I have been following since earlier this morning. I need first of all to congratulate the organizers of this event. It is a good opportunity to speak today about minority languages, since this is the 26th of September is the European Day of Languages. And it is, of course, more important and challenging under the current situation and circumstances of warfare and aggression. So let me first of all say some words about myself and why I am here, because to be honest, I'm not a specialist of Romaica. I have been working with Professor Julia Labecka on her project of documenting songs of the Greek communities of Ukraine. I am myself a sociolinguist working in the area of language planning. I'm mostly interested in the minority languages of Eastern Mediterranean, and I have been working for the past 15 years or so on the documentation of a small, severely endangered language called Sanna, or by the academia usually labeled as Cypriot Arabic. This is a small language spoken by Cypriot Maronites. It is a Semitic variety which is considered to be, an indigenous language specific to Cyprus, because it has been on the island since many, many centuries. This is not the result of recent migration, but this is an old language that came in Cyprus during medieval times. And it is a very specific variety of Arabic, which is not to be found anywhere else than Cyprus, because it has evolved in isolation from other Arabic varieties and has not been influenced by any other Arabic varieties, like, for instance, Classical Arabic or any other prestigious varieties of Arabic, like Egyptian Arabic or Lebanese Arabic, and in very close contact with Greek. So it has evolved in a certain way that makes it be at the same time archaic and innovative, which is, quite contradictory, but still this is how the language functions. So Sanna has been orally transmitted from one generation to the other and has never been written. So it is what we call a language of oral tradition. It has a very small number of speakers. There must be around 500 people speaking the language. counting all degrees of competence, that is both people who speak the language very well and those who are semi or passive speakers of the language. And one could predict and could be, you know, accurate in predicting that Cypriot Arabic could be among those languages that will no longer exist by the end of our century, and maybe most probably even before the end of our century, if nothing is being done to help the language, to revitalize the language within the community of speakers. So I can say that my experience from working on Sana and with Sana speakers allows me to say one or two things about preserving minority languages and cultures without, of course, ignoring the fact that each situation and each case of language endangerment is different. It has its own characteristics and need to be treated specifically each time. Now, one of the things that Sana and Rumeyka speakers share is that they have both suffered the disastrous effects of war. Sana was traditionally spoken in one village, only one village. It is called Kormagitis. You might have, you know, read about Kormagitis village. This is the cradle of Cypriot Arabic, and the village, as well as the other Maronite villages, are since 1974 in the area which is under a Turkish military control. So most of the inhabitants had to abandon their homes and were relocated in the south part of the island. So Rumeyka speakers, on the other hand, have been also in the head of the current conflict in and around Mariupol, in the area of Donetsk. And although we still, you know, don't have a clear idea about their whereabouts, we don't know how many of them remain in their villages, who left. Some people return. What has happened in Mariupol, we know that many people left from there, but many also remained. However, what we do know is that when people massively leave their homes, there is what we call a disruption, a destruction of traditional social networks that used to offer occasions for the use of the language and for the practice of the minority culture. So practically people do not see each other on a daily basis. They don't do things together. Older people don't have occasion to speak the language with their peers, and younger people do not get to hear the language. And this disrupts what we say the intergenerational transmission of the language, and this is one of the main causes of language death. If a language which has been orally transmitted for centuries cease to be transmitted because the speakers cannot, you know, communicate and get together and speak the language and transmit it to the next generations, then the language drifts apart and at the end ceases to be used. Yes.
Так, пані Марино, можна вам просто в
Marina,
форматі вже питання задати?
can I ask you a question? Can you formulate within several points what are your make advices when you study the language that you are referring to? What advice can you give us how we use it for preservation of Romani language? Please, can you give us advice?
Okay. What I would say is that, language revitalization and documentation are a multi-layered process. So you have to work at many levels at the same time. One thing that you must realize, because I've heard it in many times in the course of the presentations and the discussions earlier on, is that documentation is not revitalization. Documentation is the fact to create an archive, either with songs, either with interviews from native speakers of the language, but it does not serve the revitalization of the language. To serve the revitalization, you need to get the people together, you need to reconnect the people together, and you need to try and teach the language to the younger generations. So documentation is a step, is very useful. It preserves the language, but it doesn't revitalize it. To revitalize the language, first of all, if it is an oral language, you need to decide about what writing systems you will need to use, because when you will come to the point to be able to teach the language, you will need to have a writing system. So having a writing system, standardizing the writing system, having written conventions is a very important step towards, being able to later on revitalize the language. And then, of course, you need to create, design, develop appropriate material for teaching many different audiences. Children, very important. It's a very important audience. You need to address them. You need to have material for children, which is modern, but at the same time helps reinstate the link and the relation to the community. And then you have also to work on the promotion of the language, because this is a very important thing. Raise awareness about how important it is to speak the language, to take it a step further, and you need to do it with the community. You need, a lady earlier on was saying that, the language, speaking of another language in the previous panel, the speakers will save the language. It is up to the communities to revitalize their language. Of course, linguists like us, and sociolinguists can help, can inform the communities about, the means or the process to follow, but the speakers themselves are the ones who ultimately will save the language. The Romaic language or any other minority language. So my first advice is work with the communities, reconnect the communities. Now you have means the Maronites didn't have in the early 70s and 80s. Now we have social media, we have platforms. You have to bring the people together, and you have to work with the people from the communities. So this is in the guise of advice. If I have an advice, you have to work with the communities, and you have to know what the communities need.
Добре, дякуємо вам, пані Марилено.
Okay, thank you, Marinella. Thank you very much. I will summarize documenting and working with community. Okay, we want to ask Natalia Bogdanec-Biloskalina. She is online. Natalia, a few statements from you. She is Doctor of Pedagogy, Professor, Head of Department of Teaching Minority Languages, Academy of Sciences. Natalia, I can hear very briefly, but just give practical advice. It's a scientific and practical. I welcome all participants. Just want to mention the forum is extremely extremely interesting, extremely important. All speakers are gave very profound presentation, very well organized. As regards educational matters, as Victoria asked, Rumey and Urum languages are under threat of extinction. For centuries, there was no facilitation to develop them. We know it from history. If we want not to lose them, we must combine efforts of intelligentsia and methodologists. These languages are kept in the family. And as Marilena said now, one should create certain platforms where adults can speak with those who speak this language. It would be Saturday, Sunday schools. These things have been declared, but you need systemic approach to development and preservation of this language. You should have integral approach. Codification of the language is needed. One should regulate all these dialects. For that, one should set up a working group, engage resources before even teaching. As Maria Elena said, what is needed? Teaching materials for children and for adults. I shall focus on children. Children will preserve this language for the future. And before you start teaching it at school, you should develop alphabet, collect lexical minimum, write the text, elaborate curriculum, and approve it in the Ministry of Education. Then develop ABC book, vocabularies, and then publish literature in the new codified language. But I want to say that now we are working on codification of Roma language. We have developed ABC standard in collaboration with scholars, people who speak the language. We drafted and approved the program of Roma language for grades 1 to 4, approved it in the Ministry of Education. Now we are working on picking up linguistic minimum, working on vocabulary, and we shall write ABC book very quickly. This is the algorithm that I prescribed to make it quickly and not to delay it. I thank all the speakers. Few concluding words. I just came from the Congress of European National Community. What we are discussing here today regarding languages, other European national communities face similar languages, similar problem. The problem that only grandmother is speaking the language, children already don't know it. Other problem that there is lack of motivation. You should work with small children from early childhood. We had very practical advice from all colleagues, from scholars, from journalists. I thank all participants and very last conclusion, we have a practical forum. In conclusion, we shall set up a final document, a resolution of our forum that will get together all these advices.
Окей. Да. Якраз ви.
Дуже дякую. Я представляю Державну
Thank you
службу
very much. I'm from State Service of Ethnic Affairs and Freedom of Conscience. The role of the state in preservation of endangered languages was mentioned. Suleiman spoke about Crimean Tatar language. I will tell briefly what the Ukrainian state has done to preserve Crimean Tatar language. In 2021, a strategy for development of Crimean Tatar language was approved. The National Commission was established in 2022. Our service is working actively within this commission, so this commission gave us a task in 2022 and 23 Together with specialists in philology, we are elaborating writing language of Crimean Tatar on the basis of Latin alphabet. This work is concluded. Next week, we shall submit it to the National Commission consideration, then to the government. By the end of the government will take 3 decisions, and that will be the result of the big team of scholars from Ukraine, from Turkey, from Crimea, best experts that jointly with Menjlis, we brought them together, and they have been working for almost 1 year, and it's approaching conclusion. Thank you, Igor Lusovsky. So we have algorithm what to do. Thank you very much. Now we have the break, and the next panel will start.
Сесіях. Деякі з них за своєю науковою, сказати б, напруженістю далеко навіть виходять
by their intensity, scientifically, go beyond the scope of the forum, but are rather overarching for the national minorities of Ukraine. They deal with the issues of collective memory. They deal with the questions of identity, which is always a demarcation line. And this was very well put when they were saying that in some teams, the national minorities insist on their Mediterranean origin and their religious identity, and that is very interesting, I would say. I believe the next sessions will be just as exciting, just as intellectually vibrant, and practically meaningful. But before we start, I have a mission. I would like to award a letter of recognition to the member of the Public Council for the State Service of Ethnic Policy and Freedom of Consciousness, Ina Plichak. I met her today in person, finally, and it's been a while that we've worked together. And I would like to recognize you for your contribution, for your dedication, and I believe we'll continue working just as closely and as productively. Thank you, Nina. Thank you. This is a big surprise and a great honor for me, and we will work together for the glory of Ukraine. We still have more in store to surprise you, I promise.
Я вважаю дуже почесно починати панельну дискусію, коли вже одного із її учасників.
It's a great honor to begin the panel discussion, especially when one of the participants was awarded. It's going to keep everyone else on their toes and encourage everyone else to participate actively. So greetings. We have a chance here to talk about the important challenges standing before the Ukrainian society. I'm Yevhen Bodarenko, and I will moderate this third session, and it's called The Ukrainian Greeks in the Socio-Political Life of Ukraine in the Context of Russian-Ukrainian War and Their Contribution to Countering the Armed Aggression of the Russian Federation. Firstly, I wanted to mention the photography exhibition, because the main role is played by the defense forces. There are many Greeks among them, same as Rumun and Rumei, because they lived condensedly in Donetsk region, much of which is now currently in Russian occupation, and that is yet an additional challenge that we have to counter when we discuss the role of the different national minorities in the Russian-Ukrainian war. It's a pleasure to introduce all the participants. You can see we have a truly unique team here. I would like to start with Yevhen Shkvira, the Consul of Ukraine in Thessaloniki, joining us online. Let me just check whether we are online with Yevhen. I hope the technical team can help me out there. So, Yevhen, are you with us? Good
Чудово. І
day.
не
I can
повірите,
hear
ми вас
you,
теж
I can
чуємо
see
і
you
бачимо.
well,
І це
and
дійсно
we can
почесно. Дякую вам,
equally
що ви
well
сьогодні тут з
see
нами.
and hear you. So thank you for being with us today.
Тетяна
Let me
Іванець,
continue with
кандидат
the round of
магістрів
introductions.
Церквинського
Tetiana
державного
Ivanets, the
університету.
PhD in politics, the associate professor of Mariupol State University.
Дуже
Let's
важливо,
give
щоб
her
ми
a
всі
round of
смачно випили,
applause.
ми трошки включилися, да, тому
Now,
оплески це також те, що допомагає нам
that we've
працювати.
had a good lunch, we need to focus again, and the applause can bring us back to life. We have Tetiana Ivanets. We have Anastasia Degtyarenko, PhD, social professor, leading researcher of the Institute of Political Ethno-National Studies, named after Kuras of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. Mykola Akhbash, a member of the board of the NGO, the Azov Greeks, Urom and Romei, and Nina Plechak, Deputy President of the Union of Greeks of Ukrainian Greeks, head of the public organization Ennotita, Greek Society. Please welcome. So, I suggest we begin, as this topic is multifaceted indeed. It pertains to the projects working with the physical space, and I would like to hear about the efforts happening abroad, in Greece in particular, and we'll talk much about the work being done here in Ukraine. We'll talk about countering Russian propaganda, what's now called cognitive deoccupation, when we destroy the narratives and stereotypes that Russia had implanted for years so that it could spread the aggression and the war based on the narratives. So we are raising a very big topic. We have unique speakers with us, and as a moderator, I would like to set the rules. First, I would ask you to make very brief interventions within your professional expertise, within the 10-minute time limit, and then we can continue in the mode of discussion, and we may also have questions from the audience. So now I have the pleasure of giving the floor to Yevhen Shkvira, the Consul of Ukraine in Thessaloniki. So please give us a few insights into the people living in Thessaloniki. We know that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, many people of Greek descent benefited from the open borders and relocated to Greece. And I know that many people from the Russian Federation territory and Ukrainian territory too had relocated and started living in the region where Yevhen found himself. So I would like to ask him to talk about the context and tell us more about the activities that the consulate is implementing these days. Good day, the ladies and gentlemen, the organizers and participants of the forum, the Greek minority of Ukraine. Thank you for this opportunity to join you for this high-profile event. Indeed, I would like to share my experience of working from the Ukrainian consulate in Thessaloniki with the Union of Ukrainians in Greece, which was established just 2 years ago. With the beginning of the full-scale invasion, many Ukrainian nationals had to leave their homes, trying to find shelter elsewhere, and many Ukrainians arrived in Greece too, amongst other countries, and that those were also members of the Greek national minority. They came together very quickly and they registered the first Ukrainian civil society organization in Thessaloniki. They've become the main hub for the Ukrainian people in the northern Greece capital. And importantly, they did a lot to support the Ukrainian people who kept arriving in Greece. Owing to the contact with the local government, we've been able to organize a humanitarian hub based at the International Exhibition Center, and the representatives of the Greek League of the Ukrainians in Greece actively participated in collecting and sending the humanitarian relief to Ukraine. They also joined protest action against the Russian aggressors and the rallies in support of Ukraine that happened across the central squares of the city in order to draw the attention of the society and to mobilize the support for our country in its fight against the enemy. So this active stance and these activities of the League have helped promote the Ukrainian narrative in the region, which is very important, and a way to counter the Russian propaganda, which is seen and felt in Greece, owing to the great number of people who traveled to Greece with the beginning of the collapse of the Soviet Union. Still, the consulate has worked very closely with the Greek League of Ukraine because of the presence of Nina Dulchak, and I met her first a year ago. I was appointed to the consulate in Saloniki. At that time, we organized a number of events to support Ukraine, to support the Ukrainian people, to promote the true information about the ongoing war in Ukraine. Some events that I recall now are not only dedicated to the current issues, but some commemorative events that we've organized together. Nina organized a day to commemorate the victims of the genocidal famine, Holodomor, in Ukraine, with the participation of a number of experts who relayed the information about this horrific page and tragic page in the history of the Ukrainian people, about the genocide of the Ukrainian people. So we presented a photography exhibition from the archives, and that was merged with the contemporary presentations and performances. A number of key events were organized to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Russian war against Ukraine and the second anniversary of the full-scale invasion into Ukraine. So I would like to say that together because these people have integrated well and found good connections, we've been able to organize a high-profile news conference with the local international media, and this helped again to promote true information about the war in Ukraine, and we reached out to the Greek society to keep standing with Ukraine and keep supporting Ukraine. Another event was organized for the first time in the Greek Republic in May, on the 22nd 22nd of May, a premiere was organized to show the Oscar-winning Ukrainian movie 20 Days in Mariupol. It was shown on broad screen with Greek subtitles, and that helped reach out to the people and to the local authority, urging them to keep supporting Ukraine. There were representatives of the mass media too at the premiere. The students of the universities of the town, the local officials, and events like this one really call for extensive preparation and planning. They call for a lot of logistical efforts, but together we've been able to organize these events, and we shall continue working together. I wanted to say the representative of the Greek League are taking part in all events, and these are cultural, humanitarian, public events, rallies, protest actions. They're invariably very active, and I would say we succeed in reaching out the green people, especially when the message comes from the ethnic Greeks coming from Ukraine, and we feel it's very important to have them as the advocate, as a steadfast partner that we can always rely on. And we are also happy to be true and reliable partners for them. We have many initiatives in the pipeline, and we hope we'll be able to bring them to life as soon as possible. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Yevhen, thank you for the insight into your operation, into the activities that you have organized, and the way you promote the information about the war that has been going on for 10 years by now. So to continue on this topic of our foreign interaction, I would like to give the floor to Nina Plechak, who is the Deputy President of the Ethnopolitics Greek Society. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I would like to thank the Consul of Ukraine in Thessaloniki, Yevhen Shkvira. I would like to broaden the realm of this panel and name it how the Ukrainian Greeks are countering their Russian aggression in Ukraine and beyond its borders. We know too well that speaking the truth is the top priority. And it is a top priority to relay the information about the developments in Ukraine. So, to counter the Russian narratives aimed against Ukraine, the Presidium of the Greek Unions and Societies of Ukraine have decided to reach out to the Ukrainian and Greek communities in other countries, and also to build closer ties with the diplomatic corps of Ukraine and Greece, as well as civil society organizations beyond Ukraine. The Ukrainian League in Greece was created in early 2022. We are members of the Federation of the Ukrainian Societies, and we represent the interests of the Federation abroad, and we represent the interests of the Ukrainian Greeks who are now temporarily living in our friendly countries. We acted as ambassadors. We opted for public diplomacy as our vector, as it helped us build a positive image in Ukraine. It helped us inform the world about Ukraine and about Ukrainian Greeks. We have the following vectors, sub-vectors: informational, cultural, educational, and social. I will very briefly discuss the key vectors. I know that I have a very strict time limit and I shall stick to it. I would like to share with you that globally, the world community had very little clue of who Ukrainian Greeks were, whilst it was very important for us to explain that Ukrainian Greeks are an integral part of the polyethnical, polynational country, about the tragedy, the threat to the disappearance of the unique culture and language, and the occupation of the territory of the condensed habituation of Greeks. So we started by combating the Russian propaganda. In the very first days of war, the activists of the Inotita Foundation that I lead translated the official speeches of the President of Ukraine, and we sent them to the key mass media outlets in Greece. The Greeks of Ukraine League organized communication with the foreign mass media in Greece, Germany, America. We also presented in the Greek parliament, and Stepan Maxima, the president, also raised the issues of the Ukrainian Greeks there. We made radio appearances. We reached out to the civil society organization to bring the attention to our situation. And it was rightly put, as Yevhen Shkvira was saying, one such meaningful project, especially in Greeks, was the broadcasting of the Oscar-awarded movie about Mariupol, because Mariupol is a sacred place for the Greeks. It was the center of the Ukrainian Hellenism. And we know that following the Russian invasion, following the Russian pacification, Mariupol was razed to the ground. 95% of the city is no longer there. So it was very important to draw the attention to our tragedy, because Mariupol is a city founded by the Greeks in the 18th century. It has strong Greek roots. As Shkvira was saying, it was a high-profile event because Mariupol wasn't shown in Thessaloniki because there was a covert prohibition for showing the movie as it told the truth. So our objective was to get the widest possible coverage, to bring in as many potential allies of Ukraine to speak the truth in Thessaloniki. This is what we did. We broadcasted in the center, in the most prestigious cinema theater, Athenaeum. We had a full audience. People wept as they watched the movie. They couldn't believe it. We had Greek subtitles catered for the Greek viewers. So I would like to say that this was the first ever broadcasting. It's definitely hard to watch. And we did it in order to raise awareness of the utter tragedy of the Ukrainian Greeks. And to promote our situation, we organized a photo exhibition dealing with two Greek cities, Mariupol and Odessa. And these cities were implemented through the strong cooperation of the diplomatic corps in Chicago, in Ukraine and New York, with incredible cooperation of the Consulate of Ukraine in New York and the Consulate of Greece and private donors from the Ukrainian Greeks, Boris Foundation and private donations made by the Ukrainian global community. We exhibited 40 works of Mariupol photographers who survived the blockade of Mariupol, who miraculously broke out of Mariupol. We had shown the real true stories of these photographers and people they had documented. We had shown the life of Mariupol and Odessa before the Russian pacification and following it. I believe it's very important for the people of the world to see, to know that they need to stand with Ukraine. They need to stand with the Ukrainian people. If we discuss the next vector of our intervention, the cultural intervention, it was very important to showcase ourselves as Ukrainian Greeks. And I'm very happy to say that we have just one documentary which was made in Romanian language with the Ukrainian, Greek and English subtitles. We promoted the Greeks in Ukraine and and the performances were organized in Manhattan, in New York, in Greece, in other places, and the American Greeks were very much surprised to learn of our unique culture and our unique language. They had a very scarce understanding of who the Ukrainian Greeks were, but owing to this project made by the Greek Society in Ottity, and it is Ukrainian production with Suspilne, the public broadcaster, we've been able to show this high-end product in other countries. In 2023, in the fall, the member of Inotita, Tatiana Lyubchenko, organized a scientific conference, and she spoke in the leading American universities and colleges, dealing with the threats to the existence of the Greek language and culture in Azov city language and overall of the Greeks in Ukraine. I'll be very brief. So using this opportunity, as part of the education campaign, we'll be launching a website called Mariupol Greeks, which was founded by Maria Trajona and Tatiana Lyubchenko. I will not name their recognition because
This project was supported by the American Association Society, and that's going to be presented in Princeton University. We are actively engaged in everything that would promote Ukraine. We are a voice of Ukraine. We are an indispensable part of Ukraine. And let me address everybody present here. Everything depends on everybody and all of us. You have to stand out. You have to speak out. You have to say loudly that we are citizens of Ukraine, being of different ethnic origin. We support Ukraine. We stand with Ukraine, and we want to do our best to secure victory in Ukraine. Your voice matters, whether in Ukraine or outside Ukraine. Thank you. Let's change and take a different look at our discussion. We started talking about the way Greeks of Ukraine support Ukraine in other countries. Let's talk about Ukraine. We have three panelists, and let me give the floor to Mykola Bash, member of the board, NGO Nazov Greeks, Urums and Rumeans. Tell us a little bit more about what you are doing. I know that you are a frequent visitor to the villages that are closely located to the front line, where in the villages there are representatives of Urums and Rumeans, where there are many challenges of today, but It's very important to support people who live in the compact settlements, in particular Rooms and Rumians. The floor is yours. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon. My name is Mykola Ahbash. I represent NGO Natazov Greeks, Rooms and Rumians. You can see some exposition over there of our organization, and I will speak for myself too, since I was born and grew in Nadazov in the village of Yalta, and I spent most of my life there. I've seen a lot with my own eyes. I've heard a lot from my family, from my friends, and for more than 10 years, I've been engaged in collecting description of the traditions, customs of Urums and Rumians and Nadazov Greeks. Normally, these are Yalta and Kurzufo villages that I covered geographically. They were closely located, and I studied my native language, Rumian, from scratch because my parents never talked to me in Rumian because they couldn't speak it properly. They understand some phrases, they know some words, they understand a lot, but they do not speak it. My grandparents are the bearers of Rumian language, and they are the first ones that I heard Rumian words and phrases heard from. But they were exposed to trauma since childhood, and Rumian language, similar to Urum language, were not the languages that children spoke in the families. That was the marker of identity only in the course of the recent decades. And that's the result of Russian and then Soviet type of activity. And it's not really activity. These are crimes, crimes against peoples, against humanity, and against the world, I would put it this way. Nadazov Greeks is not just a unique community of Greeks. That's a community of people that comply with all the elements of indigenous people of Ukraine, historically, culturally, ethnically. And that's people that are of Christian origin, used to live in Crimea, and that was something that united them, and that's what served as the basis for their identity. Ethnically speaking, here is the ethnic groups that shaped Nadazov Greeks. The list includes Crimean Tatars as well, and it is well justified because they lived in one state for several centuries, and interethnic marriages were really popular, and identity was based on the religious affiliation, as somebody was saying today. When traveling around the Crimea, they were saying if the person went to the Christian church, it was a room. If it was the mosque, so it was a Crimean Tatar. When Nadazov Greeks were forced, and hopefully nobody doubts that it was by force, and force applied not only to Nadazov Greeks, but to the Crimean Han who'd they were forcibly relocated. And today you draw a parallel with today's reality. There are not that many Nadazov Greeks. If you look at the community that used to live in Donetsk Oblast, not many of them left that area. It's hard for me to quote percentage, but most of them are staying. Just imagine the end of 18th century when people were less mobile than today. Now people have a better idea about the world per se and about Ukraine, and they have access to a mass of information. People that lived in Crimea, on the territory of Crimea and Khanate, knew the territory that geographically spread for 100 kilometers and not more. How could they leave their houses, the graves of their predecessors? How could they leave everything that linked them to their community? Nobody could do that voluntarily. I don't know how good public skills Suvorov had, and those few people that got there with no knowledge of Crimean Tatar, Urums, Rumeans could convince 30,000 persons. How could they have done that? 18,000 were Urums and Rumeans, and around 12.5 thousand were Crimean Armenians that at the moment live in Rostov on the Don and Mesnikovsky Rayon, Rostovska Oblast, in their compact settlement residences. That was a tragedy common for all these people. After relocation, and historians were saying that it was accompanied by riots, by conspiracies, that there were people that were returned by force back to Nadazov area. And as we know from history, several dozens of Christians to avoid relocation, forcible relocation to Russian Empire, accepted Muslim religion. We see that from the experience of Crimean Tatars. And Crimean Tatars started learning dialects, traditions, customs of their representatives at an early stage. And we see that in some villages until the early or middle 20th centuries, there were some signs of their Christian past. That's a sign that some of the people that stayed there disguised their authentic religion, but slowly they moved and gravitated towards other religion to Islam, to Muslim religion. Today, people are sensitive to the change of religious affiliation. If it is done by force, it causes indignation. But then it was the way out for the people to stay on their homeland in Crimea. And in 2024, officially, we had our NGO established, Nazov Greeks, Urums and Rumeans, and we chose this title for everybody to understand what is the organization about. And a few words that I'm going to repeat today, but I would like to stress that it's not just we suggest, but we insist that Nazov Greeks, Urums and Rumeans should be recognized as indigenous people of Ukraine. Secondly, as it was said before, we need to draw a line between Nazov Greeks and Greek diaspora, because historically, culturally, these are two different communities. Nazov Greeks been part of Greek minority of Ukraine with the diaspora and
ну, я не знаю, штучна така, штучне таке утворення, тобто насправді такого народу, як греки,
descendants of merchants looks like artificial formation of Greeks of Ukraine. Greek of Ukraines unites different communities, and one of them is Nadazov Greeks, Urums and Rumeans, and that's our focus. Our organization is not an attempt to divide or introduce some chaos into the community. That's just
така можливість виникла, після відновлення незалежності України. Більше розповідали про Грецію,
with Ukraine being independent, it's more Greek culture that was promoted rather than what was necessary for the Greeks to preserve or restore their identity. And their identity was undermined by many years of illegal activity of Russian Empire. So I just wanted everybody to pay attention to our NGO. We are not an alternative type of a movement. That's just our response that should have been there at the end of 80s and early 90s. Unfortunately, we didn't have it then, but many people out of Nadazov Greeks preserved their identity. They did understand that they are unique Greeks, and this uniqueness should be displayed today. You have to be bold and dare to take responsibility to do that. No matter that most of the Nadas of Greeks are not there on the government-controlled territory of Ukraine, but you have to be clear that that's a separate people, indigenous people of Ukraine that, along with the languages, require special protection of Ukraine and special attention of all state-owned, municipal and non-governmental organizations. Thank you.
Мені на початку було дуже приємно почути назву, яка ідентична з
At the beginning, I was pleased to hear the title, I come from Yalta, Crimea. If somebody comes from Yalta, you feel a soulmate. We are fighting for the liberation of the entire territory of Ukraine. What Mykola was saying is true. We are fighting not for the territory in this war, but we are fighting for people, for their rights, for the right to learn history, culture, and know your own identity. It's very important to have. I am pleased to give the floor to Tatiana Ivanets. Let me just introduce her. Tatiana is the candidate of science, associate professor of sociology, Mariupol State University. Let's talk about your research and the syndrome of the home loss. That was a teaser of your expert knowledge.
Доброго дня всім.
Good afternoon.
Хочу сказати, що повномасштабне російське вторгнення і
Full-scale invasion of Ukraine and temporary occupation of Ukrainian soil, in particular Nadazov, Mariupol community, my native community, made a large number of people search for new homes. We deal with the home loss, and home is something sacred for every person. That's part of a person's identity. Home, it's not something small, that's physical things that we own, that's our close ones, that's our social ties, that's our local identity, where we realize ourselves as a personality and part of the community. When we adapted to forced displacement, we started observing some patterns of behavior, and that brought the idea of the research. We united the patterns of behavior, the typical of people that had to relocate, and it was a forcible relocation. It wasn't just moving, but it was traumatic experience, and it was moving when you don't have a chance to return. There we singled out some behavioral patterns typical of these people. If you look at not Azov Greeks, then here we deal with double traumatization. The first traumatization because of forcible displacement, and that was when Greeks were deported to Nadazov area. Why is it falling under home loss criterion? Because it was forcible, that was with trauma caused, accompanied by high fatality and uncertainty. And when studying some historic circumstances that we can figure out, well, I would say that a home loss syndrome is a psychological element that should be studied immediately, but even given historic sources, such things that people search for familiar things, trying to restore them. That's typical of all the villages where Greeks moved to, preserving traditions, close relations within your own community, maintaining and preserving these relations and developing new relations within this small community. For a while, the relations in Greek communities were developing between Greeks without getting out of it, despite Russian pressure, and settlements were established in line with similar criteria that they had in Crimea. They had the same holidays as they used to have in Crimea. All of that was preserved despite all the efforts of Soviet authorities trying to eliminate that, integrate these people into the overall Soviet type of a system. Today we have a second traumatization or re-traumatization. Home loss is a collective type of a loss, and others of Greeks are subjected to re-traumatization, and that's part of our identity, part of our DNA. It does have an impact on the way the community is going to develop in the future. And here is some other elements of home loss. They are not of individual nature, but more of a social type of elements. Out of the forced migration, there is a trend to maintain relations within the community, and they search for new relationships within the framework of this community. And if you look at the forced migrants in the Greek communities, so they tried to join Greek associations and groups and communities in the places they had to go to. Since that was traumatization of high level, it wasn't sufficient. And okay, so we do understand that initially we take care of everyday things to make sure that they are there. But in 2023, 2024, we see a large number of newly established Greek associations. And it's not just Greek associations, but Nadazov Greeks associations, where they could develop their own identity. And that's home loss syndrome that could be seen from all people from Mariupol. And if it is Nadazov Greeks, then there are two levels there. The Greek community and Nadazov Greeks identity. Speaking about Mariupol and Mariupol community, then Greek identity was an element of Mariupol identity, if I may say so. So all these measures that are initiated by Nadazov Greeks, let's say the event in 2024 in Kyiv, is becoming a center point not just for Greeks, but for entire Mariupol community. And the home loss syndrome is an important element to preserve our identity and to restore our identity after the occupation of Mariupol, because identity is to return not only territory and not people, but it's also identity. That's it. And speaking about challenges that we are facing, I should mention the conflict that is strongly revealed in our country now between those who left and stayed, between those who left in Ukraine and left for other countries, and the crisis that is to do with the lost home, lost identity. That's all about the choice, and it is being exacerbated, and we have to be ready for developing new links between the communities of the same space, let's say in Donetsk Oblast or in the south. And I know that in the Crimean Peninsula, the situation is very much similar, though the situation like that has been there for 10 years. Let me give the floor to Anastasia Degtyarenko, who is going to focus on practical aspects and the role of Greeks in the public and social life of Ukraine, their role in countering Russian aggression, their contribution. Anastasia is candidate of political sciences, associate professor of Institute of Political and Ethnic and National Studies, named after Kuros. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear guests and participants and organizers of Greek Forum. It's a big pleasure and honor for me to be here with you today and reflect how we can change the situation for the better. Today, we heard a lot about the reality of today, but the question is what to do here and now, and that's the main question. Where this subject matter is close to my heart. I was born in the city of Mariupol, and I lived there for 30 years. I lived there in this remarkable city, and I want to go back there and rebuild this city. The question here is that back in 2007, I had my PhD, and that was the study on the region. That was my first thesis. That was the region of Ukrainian northern Azov, and that was the first time that we patented this Ukrainian northern Azov area. And I remember that we went around the region to poll this area, and we asked them, whom do you believe you are, a resident of Donbass and or Priazov area? And 55% of the residents of this area said that they feel that they are residents of Priazov. So back in 2006, there was a clear line between the two. Starting in 2014, territorial communities of Ukrainian northern Priazov faced huge challenges. And de facto, we could talk about resilience of these territorial communities. But resilience, it's not something that has always been there. We have to be able to measure it and to seek for the leverages to maintain this resilience and what to do under different circumstances. Since until 2014, there were 85% of Ukrainian Greeks living in Ukrainian northern Priazov, then this question acquires special importance. Resilience is measured by different means, indices and scales. In Ukraine, we are trying to measure it too, but unfortunately, that's mainly the resilience of territorial communities that has been measured, and it is measured in terms of its humanitarian resilience. But it's not enough. Because Ukraine is a polyethnic country, and even if it is compact settlement residence, we see this unique situation in Priazov, and here we need to measure ethnic and political resilience. And there is a unique tool to do that, which is called ethnic political management. In 2022, with my counterparts from Burbrick University, we launched the project that is called Ethnic Political Management Comparative Analysis of Ukraine and some EU member states. What is ethnic political management and why is it a tool of resilience today? Ethnic political management is part of the overall public management in Ukraine that is focused on ethnic political processes in our state. In Ukraine, there are several levels: decision-making level, strategic level, that's President's Office of Ukraine, that's Parliament of Ukraine. The next level is a tactical level, where the Cabinet of Ministers performs its functions and introduces tactics thanks to the State Service of Ethnic Affairs and Freedom of Conscience. We can reflect on many pertinent issues to this end. And third level, that's operational. That's what is happening at the local level, on the ground. Why am I mentioning this? Because without operational level, and all the communities are part of this level, and the fourth level is very important one. That's the level of consultations. When we were comparing this with Germany, the German counterparts were impressed with our level of ethnic political management, because in Germany, consultative level is highly developed, and all legislative initiatives are subjected to consultations. It is happening, for instance, when the law was introduced and the consultations focused on citizenship, when you can maintain your citizenship, which is very important for migrants who fled the war, to acquire a German citizenship in the course of 3 or 5 years, thanks to simple steps. This law is coming into effect starting this year. That's an example of ethnic political management in Germany. In Ukraine, to measure it and have results to answer the question what to do with people that had to the territory of Ukrainian northern Priazov that fled the war to other countries. To measure this ethnic political resilience, we needed to employ methods similar SWOT analysis that delivered the result in the form of the matrix.
І рухатися, те, що зараз робить, дійсно робиться в Україні, рухатися до ЄС і НАТО. І, в принципі, це буде мати позитивний результат.
We need to be moving towards EU and NATO, and that will give us a positive outcome. So to recap my intervention, I would like to say that there is so much that we can do together. There are many academic projects in Germany, in Ukraine, but we need to place people above everything. And when we talk about ethnopolitical management, the key issue is how do we return the people back after the war. It's not a question for the European countries, it's not a question for the countries that have offered us help, but it's our task many of the people belong to national minorities because the northern Azov region people fled in high numbers, people from Mariupol, Donetsk, people who often cannot claim the compensation. And this is something that ethnopolitical management can help us with, and that can give us a very good outcome. Wishing victory to all of us, and hopefully we can implement these best projects together in Ukraine. Anastasia, thank you. We have 15 minutes, optimistically speaking, to have a freer discussion amongst ourselves. And yes, if I could make one question and then give one question to the audience. I have a somewhat provocative question, if I may. When you made your interventions, we could see unique and diverse experiences, and we could also perceive a number of challenges. So my question is going to be as follows. Having these diverse experiences, having controversies, even within our communities, how do we find the ways to come together, to become stronger? And we know that we have just one common goal, and it is victory. And we need to wage our fight in Ukraine, on the occupied territories, abroad, as we know that the support of the European countries and other countries is most important for us in order to be able to win this war. We know that for Russia, the ability to control the Azov Black Sea regions are some of the strategic goals it is pursuing, and it is the food control, logistical control. We've seen them trying to block the humanitarian cargo, the grain cargo, and what Ukraine has been able to achieve, and that is a major victory. Now, the Russians have called the Azov Sea their inner lake. And this is also the homeland for many of us, those on the panel and in the audience and many others. And this is a fight for our homeland. It's not just a fight for Ukraine and Ukrainian identity. It is just so much more. It is about the world order. And we need to come together for our common victory, and that will be decisive. So what can bring us together? What can make us stronger? What support can help us scale the work, the activities that each of you is implementing? If Yevhen Shkvira was with us, I would ask him first, but would you please limit your interventions to 2 minutes? Well, I would say that we are Ukrainians, all of us, and our common victory is our main goal, and we need to rally the support of other countries. Sometimes the governments and societies in other countries seem to change focus, lose focus on Ukraine, but we need to keep reminding them that we are fighting for the whole world order. We are fighting for the democratic order. We are fighting for our very existence and the democratic values that we share. So we need to make ample use of all the platforms, local, regional, international, to keep reminding the world about what we are fighting for and how much we need their support. They need to steer away from the Russian propaganda, which is powerful and omnipresent in Greece and in other countries as well. And only by bridging our efforts, by working together, by rallying the support of other countries, we will be able to continue our fight until we win. Thank you. Anyone else? Nina, would you like to take the floor?
Ви знаєте, пане Євгене, я, в принципі,
Thank you.
проговорювала в
Євген,
своїй промові
I did
заклики. Тобто все залежить, звичайно, від нас, від кожного громадянина
make a
України.
plea in
Але
my
хочу
intervention
сказати, що дуже
that everything
важливо
depends on each of
це
us.
на нову
Further, I
створюють
would
громадські
add
організації. І ми потужна сила, я вам хочу
that
сказати.
the civil
І
society
ми можемо
organizations
доносити
are
меседж, наприклад,
coming
який
to
не
the
може сказати, наприклад,
fore
влада, а,
and
наприклад, ви,
becoming an
громадська
increasingly
організація, ми можемо
mighty
нести, і ми
force.
можемо
There are some
вісниками
messages
і
that the
доносити
government
правду на підтримку
cannot make,
України.
but we,
Оце
as the
єднання
civil
громадських
society
організацій,
organization,
рухів за
are in a
етнічними
position
походженнями
to
українців. У нас дуже
make
велика
these
потужна
messages.
українська
We bring
діаспора. Ми
together
також
people from
українці.
different
І
national
такі
minorities.
кроки
We are
важливі для того,
Ukrainians
щоб
wherever
постійно,
we
як
are,
правильно сказав
and
пан
we
Євген
can
Шкваріда,
make
доносити,
these
нагадувати постійно, що
collective
у нас війна,
efforts to
нам
keep
необхідна
reminding the
допомога.
world
Яким
that we
чином?
are fighting
Щоб
a war for
дозволилися
the
наші
whole world.
українці, які
We
знаходяться
need
поза
the
межами
world.
України,
We
туди
need
донести свій
to
біль,
support
тому що кожен
Ukrainians
щось втратив.
abroad.
Кожен щось втратив.
They
І
have
це є
all
наша
endured
травма,
a
психологічна
loss,
травма.
bigger or
І
smaller, and we
коли ми не
all
мовчимо, ми
carry the
боїмося
psychological
мовчати,
trauma
і ми
with us.
доносимо
And
цей
when we do not
важливий
keep silent, but when we relay these important
меседж до
messages
світової спільноти, це є одним із
to the
кроків,
world,
який допоможе
it's a
нам в
one
перемозі.
step
Оце
that will help
поєднання,
us
як було до
win.
чого сказано багатими сьогодні
So,
спікерами, основне це
standing shoulder
єднання.
to
Кожен з
shoulder,
нас повинен
united,
об'єднатися, проявити свою
that's
громадську
the key.
позицію.
We
Кожен,
all need to
наприклад,
come
я
together. We need to
громадянинка
be good
України, я
citizens.
маленька людина, та що я
I'm a
можу?
Ukrainian
Я можу
national.
вийти,
I'm just a
наприклад, поза
small
межами
person.
України,
What can
вийти
I
на
do?
мітинг, я можу
I
сказати своє
can
слово,
attend
я
a
можу
rally
сказати, що
in a
нам
different
необхідна
country.
допомога,
I can
я можу
speak
зробити
out.
протест про те, що
I can
сказати, що
reach out for
наші
help
нас
for my
притискають, у нас
country.
трагедія в нашій
I
великій
can
країні, що ми на межі зникнення. Так само
raise
кожен з нас не побоятися проявити свою
the
громадську позицію.
word that we, as the Greeks of Ukraine, are on the brink of existence.
Півхвилиночки, я хочу підтримувати своїх колег
I
щодо
would
того, що наші голоси мають
concur with
звучати
my
постійно.
colleagues
Справа в тому, що декілька тижнів
in
тому, коли
saying our
Януковича
words
провели
need to be
німецькомовні
heard. A few
дискусії,
weeks
вийшла
ago,
неймовірна книга
I
німецьких
joined a
журналістів,
German
які
discussion,
досліджували багато
and
років
it was a
війни
publication
Путіна
of an
і Києва.
incredible
Книга має назву
publication
«Отрута
of
Путіна
the
проти Європи».
German
І під час цієї
journalist, and it was
дискусії в
called
Брауншвайні в мене
Putin's
випадково
Poison
заграв мобільний
Against
телефон, тобто в цей час
Europe.
відбулася повітряна
And
тривога в Києві.
this was a presentation, and my phone activated
Уявляєте
when there
реакцію
was an
людей, які
air
пишуть
raid
про
in
те, що
Kyiv.
війна, що
You
таке
wouldn't
біль, що
believe
таке втрата. Там
the
була
response of
присутня
the people
українська
who've
діаспора, які
written
20
books
років
about
живуть
the
в
war,
Німеччині.
about loss.
Вони
There were
дивилися і
people from the
запитували,
Ukrainian
а що
diaspora,
це? Я
and they kept
пояснила, що в
asking,
Києві
what's
знаходяться
this?
мої
I did
маленькі діти.
explain that
І
this is
коли
where my
повітряна
small
тривога, у вас
children
всього
are
дві
in
руки.
Kyiv,
І
and where
можете
you have an
врятувати
air
двох
raid.
дітей. А
All
якщо
you
у
can
вас
do is
більше
try and protect
дітей,
two
то це вже
children.
складніше.
If
І
you
я
have more
постійно
children,
буду
it's
говорити
much more
людям,
difficult.
не тільки це
So we keep
була
telling the
дійсна
people,
дискусія серед людей, які розуміють, що таке війна.
and it was amongst the people who know what war means, whilst the regular Europeans tend to forget. So we keep to remind them. We need to make use of the mass media, of our activists. We need to keep reminding them, telling them what's happened, what's happening, and then we can prevail.
Я думаю, в контексті об'єднання ще важливо сказати про
As
повернення,
for
оскільки
standing together, we need to bring up the topic of return. We keep discussing victory and returning the Azov basin, Azov region into the Ukrainian homeland, and we will also be bringing in back the Urum and Rumeis who have stayed behind for a variety of reasons. Some are waiting for Ukraine to come back. Some are openly pro-Russian. Some are neutral. But these people will need to be reclaimed. And we need to have a strategy to offer them for the development of the Azov Greek community. In addition to the recognition of the indigenous peoples, I would like to raise the question of decolonization, and that would include decommunization. So 2 villages were finally renamed when the village Zorya was renamed into Athens, as well as others. And there's another point, and that is an active use of the Azovian region as opposed to all the other ways to name this region. And let me explain why it's important. Myself and my organization have appealed to the Department of Ukrainian Language of the Kyiv Mohila Academy, and they said that the Azovian term is more specific for the region, so it's more definite. Unlike other terms, it does not require other geographical denominations. So this Sapra-Azov region means that it's located above, northwards from the Azov Sea. Also, I had a conversation with the renowned Ukrainian linguist who is now living in Kazakhstan, but he was the first Ukrainian linguist to study Urum language in the 1990s, and he used the term Sapra-Azov region. So when I asked him why, he said these terms are part of the colonial legacy. These are the mechanisms to colonize the region, and these regions were positioned as the annexes to the Russian Empire. There were variations of the word, but this Sapra-Azov term in Ukrainian is a long-standing term, and we should stick to it. And I would agree that the use of this term would be a way to get rid of the Russian narrative that it is allegedly a historic Russian Empire territory. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Fine. It's not easy to moderate, especially when I've abdicated the microphone, and you do have the right to. I would just add that our refugees, Greeks, and all the others need to rekindle their sense of belonging. They need to reconnect through their identity. And it is a huge potential that we can reap in order to preserve the identity, to reclaim the identity after the DDR occupation, but we have to make ample use of it. Some people are willing, but some are shy, some don't think they can do enough, some think they don't have much to contribute, but we need to bring them on board because we all refugees need it badly, and this can help us boost our mental health, and it can help our community in the future. Thank you. We do have a question from the audience, right? There should be a microphone too.
Ну, ще раз, Максим Ялі, в принципі, професор
Maxim
кафедри
Yali, the professor of the Department of International Relations of the Strategic Studies of the National Aviation Institute. I have both a theoretical and practical experience, yet I would like to reflect on an academic level about identity. My thesis was written when I worked for the Institute of Global System of Global Civilization on identity. It was a huge monograph.
Ну, знаєте, чесно кажучи, на вас, модератора, не хватало, коли я... Ладно, давайте, я в хвилину не вкладусь, тому давайте, в принципі, тоді... Дивіться, я стисло намагаюся. Значить, по ідентичності її повернути неможливо. Вона
So as for identity, you cannot reclaim the identity. You cannot return the identity. The identity is shaped up by 12 years of age. There are many local and global identities. So in other words, we as Sapra-Azov Greeks have a lot of local identities, and they were very powerful, and they are much more developed than the national identity. So when we watched the TV, we associated ourselves with the people coming from our city. We cannot return the identity. It's either shaped by the parents, by the culture, by the environment, or not. And it happens early on in life. And importantly, the Federation of the Greek Identities. There are 10 million living in Greece and a much bigger diaspora living worldwide.
Всі ці ідентичності локальні, румейські, урумські, вони були
These identities, Urum and Rumay, evolved in these Ukrainian villages. But we also have the Hellenic Center at the Mariupol University, and we need the resources to make the studies.
Потрібні, і я це кажу, як там племінник, хто заснував цю федерацію.
This was not something that the government was interested in the 90s. So I believe we need to take the control into our hands. And we need to organize events, big and small.
Але й про греків. Тому у в'єднанні
diversity of opinion is common for Ukrainians and Greeks. And that should be there, but also there should be unity. Why did Russia succeed in their propaganda? Because it's been direct, it's been massive, and very well funded. Therefore, many Sapra-Azov Greeks still believe that the Russian Tsarine saved to them, and they are loyal towards the occupational government because it's something that's been imposed on them for centuries on end. And we should dispel the myths, we should educate the people, and gradually, with time, we'll be able to make the changes. And, you know, we start by changing ourselves, and the millions will follow us. So this is my word of encouragement for everyone. Thank you. Please stay. We need to finish this panel. I try to be very strict with the time limit. We have a minute and a half left, and I always like to end my discussion with the outlook on the future, because we should work together to make this future happen. So I would like to encourage us to organize another discussion to discuss the future of Azov region, of its history and future. But let me ask you about the future. Where would you go right after we win? What would be the first place that you would visit?
Я почну Маріуполь.
It's Mariupol.
Ви знаєте, я трохи вже раніше попереджу, Україна в умовах війни, але я вже повернулася на батьківщину. Я більше 2 років проживала в
To
Греції.
my
Моя
homeland.
дитина
I've
обрала
lived in Greece for 2.5 years.
Вона
My
поступ... Вони
child
поступали в іноземний.
opted
Ми
to study at the
поступили в
Ukrainian
Україну,
university.
тому
We
що
did
ми
not
розуміємо, що
submit
ми є
applications
майбутнім.
to any other
Я,
universities. We
моя
deliberately
донька і кожен громадянин України. Тому для мене
applied
Україна – це мій дім.
into the Ukrainian university. So Ukraine is
Тут
my
було
home
сказано
for
про
me and for
прогресивну
my
локальну
daughter.
ідентичність у румів і румеїв. І це дійсно так.
We discussed the local
Тому, я
identity
думаю, моя
of
відповідь передбачена. Я
Rum,
поїду в Ялту
Rumeis,
обов'язково.
and
Не
Rum,
вашу
and I will
Ялту,
go to
свою Ялту.
Yalta, my Yalta, my own home
Це дійсно
Yalta.
так. Тому багато
And
румів і румеїв,
that's true.
вже продовжу так трошки фразу,
So that is why
дійсно не
Rum,
покидають
Rumeis, and Urum
окуповані території саме через
have
прив'язку дуже міцну
something in common. This is why they don't leave the occupied territories, because they have such close links to their homeland, to the Azov region. And this is something very painful for them. Ukrainians can be Ukrainians everywhere in Ukraine, but Sapra-Azov region is just one, and it's tiny. And when it was occupied, it was a very profound trauma for the Greeks, the second or third trauma in a row, and all these trauma had to be released so that we can move towards the future, reclaim our identity that was partially lost, that was devastated, trampled on. Thank you. Let's support Mykola. I know that this identity is shining through really, as we can feel and as we see. Dear colleagues, I am back in May. I brought my children back so that they would feel Ukrainians. My colleagues kept telling me, "What are you doing? It's war there." I told them, "Yes, but it's my home. My children are Ukrainian, and they have to speak Ukrainian language, and then we'll go to the Crimea, we'll see Ukrainian Mariupol, and my children will be so proud to be Ukrainians. And then they can choose a country to visit, to be in, but they will know that Ukraine is unbreakable. It's the strongest country, and we will measure our resilience and be resilient for ourselves. I would like to thank the consul who've joined us online. Let's hear from you. We're going to travel after our victory, if you're still with us. I arrived in Thessaloniki a year ago. Before that, I lived in Kyiv, and I've witnessed the full-scale invasion in Kyiv, and I stayed there up until my appointment here. In our work, we are commissioned for 4 years, and then we will return to Ukraine, and I will return to my beloved Kyiv. And when we win, I would love to discover Ukraine and see some places I haven't been to. I would like to see the Sapra-Azov region as one of those places. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in this event. Thank you. And finally, I will share a little story from my childhood. I remember the Crimean Yalta and a trolley bus called Yalta Mariupol, and I took it to get to Jankoy. I took it every 2 months or so as I would visit my grandparents. So after victory, I will go to my Yalta to see the Black Sea, and I will get on this bus between Yalta and Mariupol and make my way to Mariupol. Thank you. We had the keynote speakers, Євген Бондаренко, Анастасія Дягтяренко, Тетяна Іванець, Ніна Плечак. Thank you for this session. Together until we prevail.
have the largest share of projects. Here is the program itself. We provide grants to support different initiatives. The grants are provided to organizations and individuals. We also have programs on enhancing capacity. We organize different trainings and information component. We explain in simple terms the opportunities the EU has for different target audiences. We've been working since 2019 and supported lots of applications, and we continue working until mid-2026. And that's going to be a kind of a new season, special one. Prior to that, we supported the national communities, but that's going to be reinforced. As you know, Ukraine is on the path to joining the EU, and national minorities will play a crucial role there. The new law was adopted. There is a resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers about the languages, and Ukraine has some commitments, but it lacks funding to support different initiatives that are there. Since 2009, we've been supporting the European integration path of Ukraine, and that's why we provide grants that are going to be issued to this end. It's not an exhaustive list of grants, but let me speak about some of them. Today, we have grants for the translation for Ukrainian editors, and that's going to be grant for the languages on the edge of the extinction. Thanks a lot that Cabinet of Ministers has the list of them. So that's a chance to publish the literature in the threatened language or translated into Ukrainian. We are going to buy some of the copies so that they are available in the libraries. And well, they will be available in the compact settlement residence. So the call was made today. More information is on our website. Please, I strongly encourage you to apply. The next set of grants is infrastructural. That's up to 20,000 euro to procure equipment. That's for maintenance, for fixing, let's say, cultural house, museum, or any other infrastructure in your respective village or town. And well, this sum can be spent for different needs. It's open for civil society organizations, but you can do that jointly with the utility companies. Larger grants worth 100,000. It's going to be launched in October, November. New one, that's digitalization grants, 15,000 euro, and that's for the museums, for digitalization of the collections in the museums. We understand the risks during the war, so part of the collections are in the storage, and while that's an opportunity for state institutions, utility companies, and civil society organizations to apply for that, or do that jointly in cooperation, that's similar to infrastructural grants. This program is open for everybody, but national minorities can apply here, and there are huge chances that they will be supported. The next program, that's international cooperation programs, 50,000 euro for the joint projects with the EU member state. Our main priority is supporting cooperation between Ukrainian and European professional organizations, and you can have a joint project. This call is open for national minorities, and Greek communities could apply. That's going to start in November. Individual projects, lots of ideas were expressed here. So that's a small competition for people with less experience of applying for grants, up to 4,000 euro for social entrepreneurs, workers of culture. These are separate subcategories, educators. You can do a lot here. You can have your own media project. You can do research. Up to 4,000 euro, you can apply as an individual or as an NGO, as a private entrepreneur, or representatives of the university. The grant of international mobility, that's an opportunity to attend a conference, forum, to make a study visit, to get familiar with the EU organizations. It's open for all the categories I've mentioned, including representatives of the universities, up to 4,000 euro. October, November, and both programs are going to cover national minorities. I would strongly encourage you to consider and apply. Media content development, and the new program is going to be launched early next year with 16 euro to produce a content on national minorities or related subjects. That's podcast, YouTube, documentary, any format of the content. Well, there would be some requirements, but variety of forms is there, and the priority, if it is in a threatened language, if it is Romanian or Rum, so your chances are becoming higher. So that's a very good opportunity to get funding. The grants to support local events up to 20,000 euro, and they should cover national minority issues. That's going to be launched in early 25, I think in February, to make sure that we complete it sometime in May summer. Music festival, forum, any holidays, any format that Greeks have fit in, but it should be national minority related issues. And the program for creative entrepreneurs, creative business boost, we have a standard program to support business, 20,000 euro plus consulting, and it will also have an element to support businesses that are linked to national communities issues. It's not about ownership or anything else, but if it is a theater or if it is some kind of creative type of business, if it is digital, so we have a next category, hackathons. You can read more about that. And professionals could receive 500 euro for implementation of different ideas. There's cultural issues, hackathon, that's a possibility to get funding for cultural projects. If you can subscribe to the information we disseminate, even if you didn't find the opportunity for you here, so we publish a lot more information that is EU related, and you can figure out which program is of interest to you. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Anton. You see that there are wide opportunities, and I would request Anton to share his presentation with us. We are open for the cooperation of DES to increase capacity of DES, and we are open to different other projects. The one that I listed there are not exhaustive list. That's something that we are going to have shortly. I had lots of different ideas expressed in this room, and I hope that's going to be translated in specific projects. Thanks a lot for the proposals and for your work. Now, last but not least, Mykola Mовчан, our guy in UNESCO.
Дуже вам дякую, пане Ігоре, за
Thanks a
представлення.
lot, Igor, for introduction.
Дипломатом і з нашими колегами,
It's a
які
pleasure to cooperate with you
працюють в різних органах державної
and
влади.
with diplomats at different level of power in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, for me, it's a big honor to participate in the forum Greeks of Ukraine, preserving identity under Russian aggression, social, political, historical, and cultural and linguistic aspects. I appreciate the efforts of State Service of Ethnic Affairs and Freedom of Conscience for organizing this event. It's nice that this event started with the prayer in Greek language. That's a sign of solidarity and support of Ukrainian Greeks of Azov, the support of Ukrainians in UNESCO, the support of culture, identity, and the Hellenic languages during the war. Let me read the prayer in Greek.
Ευληθήτω το σελιμάσου, ως εν ουρανο και επιτήσιες. Τον άρτον ημών, τον επιούσιον δος ημεν σήμερον. Και άφες ημεν τα αφηρημέτα ημών, ως και ημες αφικάμεν τις οφελήμετες ημών. Και μη σενέγγις ημας εις πειρασμόν, αλλά ρίσε ημας ατοπό πονηρού. Амен. Дуже дякую. Україна розвиває активну співпрацю з Грецією в рамках ЮНЕСКО. Зокрема, в Комітеті Всесвітньої спадщини ЮНЕСКО, де обидві наші
closely with Greece through the World Heritage Committee at UNESCO, where both countries are members. We have supported the decision at the 46th session of the Committee of the World Heritage, which happened in New Delhi, India, on the preservation of Ukrainian heritage, Kyiv, the Saint Sophia,
історичний центр
and
Одеси.
it's the cathedral and the monastery, the Lviv, the Odessa historic downtowns. These objects are included in the endangered heritage objects where they were put when the war was unleashed by the Russian Federation. The committee also called on Russia to abstain on any action that would cause direct or indirect threat to the cultural heritage of Ukraine, to the buffer zone and the enlisted objects, and called on the Russian Federation to comply with its commitments under the international law, including the Convention on the Protection of the World Heritage and
У рішеннях також міститься заклик до міжнародної спільноти забезпечити
culture of 1972. There's also an urge to protect the World Heritage facilities in Ukraine on the prevention of the Convention of 72 on the protection of cultural and natural heritage and to counter the illicit circulation of cultural heritage objects which were smuggled from Ukraine in the context of the war unleashed by the Russia against Ukraine. The implementation of the UNESCO Committee was an important milestone decision, and Greece actively supported the initiative. We're grateful to Greece that, with the start of the Russian aggression, offered its help and support in restoring the cultural objects, including those in Odessa. The theme of the Ukrainian Forum, the Greeks of Ukraine, preservation of identity in the context of the Russian aggression, the socio-political, historical, and cultural and linguistic aspects are particularly relevant in the context of the full-scale war unleashed by Russia against Ukraine. It's very important to draw the attention of the world community, the international organizations like UNESCO and other UN, the Council of Europe, the OSCE, OECD, and the human rights organization to the issues faced by the sufferers of Greeks of Ukraine. The ruination of the places of the dense settlement of these Ukrainian Greeks resulting from the Russian aggression is endangering the disappearance of their cultural and non-material identity, their language and traditions. So the revival of the endangered languages of the national minorities is very important. The Russian aggression has damaged a number of cultural artifacts which belong to the world heritage of many nations, including the Ukrainian Greeks. The tragedy of Mariupol is measured in the cost of human lives and cultural objects that preserved the historic memory of many peoples, including Greeks. Unfortunately, the Stalinistic regime and purges sought to destroy the Greek identity. Continuing in this vein, Russia also seeks to damage and destroy the Greek identity, and it loots the cultural objects from Ukraine, including those that are particularly valuable for the Greeks living in Ukraine. Ukraine works very closely with UNESCO to protect and safeguard the cultural heritage. Ukraine is implementing close cooperation with UNESCO to promote and develop the languages of the indigenous peoples and the national minorities of Ukraine. In November 23, Ukraine was chosen to the UNESCO program, Information for All program, which deals with the questions of information needed for development, information, literacy, and access to the information resources through digital preservation of library funds, archives, museums. The informational hygiene, the access to information, multilingualism, including the languages of the indigenous people and national minorities. In December 23, Ukraine was chosen as the vice president of the Global Target Group on the implementation of the Decade of the Indigenous Languages of the World. This decade is celebrated from 2022-23 within UNESCO, and together with Azerbaijan and Latvia, our country was chosen additionally for a three-term co-presidency in the UNESCO Global Target Group for the years 25 to 27. So you can see how much UNESCO and us are actively promoting Ukrainian interests within the organization in order to support the indigenous languages and national minority languages. The international organizations are important vehicles of cooperation to promote an issue or issues that are of global interest or concerns and to mobilize different stakeholders for coordinated action across the world. As you know, following this Resolution 178 about the rights of the indigenous people of 2016, in 2019, the General Assembly of the UN may pass the resolution to announce the period from 22 to 32, the International Decade of the Languages of the Indigenous People, as I've been saying before. Ukraine, in the Global Target Group on the implementation of the Decade of the Indigenous Languages of the World, is represented by the standing representative of the State Service for Ethnic Policies and Freedom of Consciousness, Igor Lusovsky, the deputy head. So, colleagues, we continue our efforts at UNESCO to protect the values that are the values for the entire world. Much attention is paid to the culture and traditions of the ethnicities living in Ukraine. The culture and traditions of the Ukrainian Greeks are continuously at our focus and under our protection. We are open for cooperation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mykola, for the information you have shared with us. It was very interesting to hear about the role of UNESCO played in the context of the war with the Russian Federation and the current situation in Ukraine and the situation of the indigenous peoples and the national minorities, endangered languages. Thank you for your presentation. Wishing you all the best on your diplomatic front. Moreover, working now in an international organization like UNESCO and UN, you have to counter Russia because Russia has been expelled from the Council of Europe. It's present at the OSCE, but it's an outcast. But at the UN organization, it's still a full-fledged member. So our diplomats have to fight their war on the diplomatic front. And Mykola and I have plotted a number of rounds of such sorties. So thank you for your unchanging support. Thank you. May I say a couple of words to what you've been saying about working to block the Russian Federation? This is another vector of our efforts at UNESCO. So last year, Russia was not chosen to one of the leading agencies or committee, the Executive Council, and that is due to the efforts of Ukraine and other partners. And Ukraine last year, or rather Russia, was blocked or wasn't chosen to 9 UNESCO institutions. So we have measurable results, and the Russian influence in UNESCO is waning. And another effort that we're implementing has to do with increased presence of Ukraine in UNESCO. As of now, Ukraine is a member of 11, I would like to underscore, institutions and programs. It is a historical record starting in 1991 when Ukraine reclaimed its independence. It's unprecedented. So our say in UNESCO is growing and Russia's influence on UNESCO is waning. Thank you. Thank you very much for your effort and wishing you all the best. Thank you for your contribution to the forum. Thank you for being the co-chairs in the group task force. Thank you. So we've given the floor to all the panelists, and the last panel will be coming to the end. So let us recap, if I might stand up for this. I don't know about you, but I really like the forum. I loved all the panels. All of them were insightful and interesting. I loved hearing from the practitioners and from the academics, the university professors. We are public officials at the State Service of Ukraine for Ethnic Policy and Freedom of Consciousness. We are officials, we are public servants, but we have the deepest respect towards the work of our academia. So thank you for your contribution, for your participation, for your intervention. In the Soviet Union, there was a common phrase: if you want to lose a cause, you should have appoint a professor in charge. But I disagree. I believe that once an academic for always, and they have great help to the practitioners in guiding them, in steering them in the right direction. Moreover, in our service, we have 2 PhDs and several doctors of sciences, and we are 31 people total, just. So we have also a number of students who are still doing their master degree studies. So I have a suggestion to make. We have the draft text of the resolution, but I would rather not read it out now. It's perhaps too official. Those of you who presented today, if you could just send us a few ideas, a few paragraphs for us to incorporate into the documents, and we'll see, maybe we can get rid of the draft version or rework it. I will try to pass the message to those who've already disconnected or left, because there were very good suggestions during the first and during the second session too. So we've been following very closely, and we will give them careful consideration and try to reflect them as much as we can in the final documents. As I would like to bring the ideas together in that document.
Ну от ви чули, да? Буде буклет.
So there will be a
Чудово,
brochure
чудово. Так що робота ще
circulated.
Я думаю, що наша співпраця теж буде
So this will
продовжуватися.
be an ongoing effort, and we are not saying goodbye. We really enjoy this event, and I believe we've heard a lot of good and interesting things from you. I don't know whether you've heard something new from us, but still, we found it very interesting. We are always prepared to work very closely with you. So thank you very much. Thank you all for your contributions to this event. And we would like to welcome you to the farewell dinner as the last opportunity for us to talk and network.
В нас є на завершення відео.
So we have a video that we would like to show at the end, if we may. I'm a teacher of foreign literature, and I am head of the Constantinople Society of Greeks since 1993. This year, children and me implemented a project, and it was called Rescue from Obsolescence, and it is called The Memory and the Pain of the Ukrainian Greeks. If you would please watch it with us. Constantinople Secondary Educational School. Rescue from Obsolescence. The memory and pain of the Greeks of Ukraine. Ukraine is a multi-ethnical country, and Greeks are an integral part of the ethical fabric of Ukraine. They cherish their language and tradition. Vasily Karazin, an academic and public activist, the founder of the university. Kuinji Artem, a landscape artist. Cherpa Konstantin, an academic. Unfortunately, the audio is hardly much better. Thank you. The hero of the Soviet Union, Donat Patricha, poet, composer, and author of the Greek anthem of Ukraine, the founder of the festival. Karabets Yevhen, the Ukrainian composer, conductor, public activist, celebrated artist James Amarty, born in Donetsk, national donor. Sviatoslav Oleksopolsky, born in Crimea, junior sergeant, the hero of Ukraine posthumously.
Ці значені епохи в історії нашої країни залишили в пам'яті їх сучасників,
які не дозволяють забути те, що відбувалося scars in the memory of their contemporaries, which prevent them from forgetting for decades. And this was written by a person who was born in our region. The history of the Greek people under Stalinist regime is a story of genocide, genocidal famine, purges, war, and deportation. Thousands of residents of the Greek villages died of famine. Lydia Zaitseva recalls that once the father was sent to Kazakhstan, she had nothing to eat, and she went to her relatives who offered them scarce food, but 5 brothers died in one day.
15 грудня
On the
1937
15th of
року почалася
December
сумнозвісна
1937, the
кривавий
so-called
злочин сталінського режиму.
Greek operations was unleashed. It's a bloody crime when 6.5 thousand people of Greek ethnicity were arrested and most of them were executed. Greek intelligentsia were purged, the teachers, the artists, the writers, Greek schools were shut down, Greek books were destroyed, Greek language was prohibited. The case number 5734 is noteworthy. That is written in the book in December. The teachers from our school were arrested, namely Barabash, Kardash, Shishmar, and the director Takhtarova Alexandra. All of them were sentenced to execution, death by execution. In our village alone, 152 people were executed. My grandma told that a black bus arrived at night and the granddad was taken. They promised that he would return in the morning. 3 children were left. The baby died, and my grandma, till her death, kept waiting for her husband to return. In Constantinople Museum, there is a letter written by Kardash. The family received his last letter when he addresses his son and says goodbye to his wife. My eagle, you will assess the deed of your brother who loves his people above everything, and you have no reason to be ashamed of your father. The historian Ivan Chuha created a Greek martyrdom, and it was based on the Greek operation. He reclaimed a number of forgotten names, and this is a memorial to the victims of the genocidal famine of 1932 and 33 and political repressions which is installed in Mariupol. It said, "We will never forget the tragedies of the past, not to have to relive them again." When the Russian troops occupied the city, they destroyed the memorial, and this is a testimony that the Russian fascists are recreating the crimes of their ancestor. My father told me this story, Georgiev Ivan. In 1843, when the Soviet troops came into Staroboshchysky region where he lived, he and other men were forcibly conscripted into the army without any training, without any ammunition or weapons were thrown into hell in Kherson, where heavy fighting was waging. His first battle was on Molochna River. After the battle, the whole riverfront was scattered with the bodies of his men, but he miraculously survived, and together with a few men, they were able to break out of the encirclement. They went to the filtration camp in Kharkiv. He was interrogated by the secret police of the Soviet Union. As soon as they learned that he was a Greek, he was sent into a concentration camp. He was sent to the Komi in the concentration Lemba camp. He stayed until 1946. Soon, the Greek operation will be celebrating the 80 years, and this is a stark reminder against the backstop of the ruins of Mariupol and the villages of Greek people that were razed to the ground. This is when the Russia propaganda is saying they're upholding the interests of the Russian citizens in Russia. These are the residents of the village who gave their life to protect the homeless. The whole families died, and this is the truth that is again denied in Russia when Russia claims to be the winner over fascism. And if we don't know our past, we are not worthy of our future.